All right, folks. Welcome back, everyone. It is our 15th session involving Wagotabi, right? So, I wasn't thinking about doing this, but I think this will become a regular thing. So, I'm going to be doing this segment that I typically do called Tentative Takes. And I believe we're going to try to make the tentative takes call it like a progress report whenever a new prefecture is complete. So it just happens that this is the way of things right now, and this is the post Steam launch, and it happens to mark very conveniently the second end of the second prefecture, right? From the last time. It's been a while. Let's do a little bit of a recap first, right? So so typically, I do these segments called tentative takes. And they are usually dealing with specific periods of like active projects. And they serve more as a progress report. Hopefully I can get this like summary part a little bit more quickly done, right? It's kind of like a progress report. Active projects, Wagotabi is being actively developed, right? And to do a recap, the last time we did our review, our impressions of starting the project was at the end of the Kagawa prefecture. This is right before the Wagotabi team started their soft launch. Their soft launch on mobile. Now we're up to this point. We are now in the post-launch, post-Steam launch, right? Steam launch, and this brings us up to the end of Okayama, right? Okayama prefecture, Okayama-ken. So, saying not too much more about tentative takes, they are meant to serve as a progress report in intermediary, and I will continue to do new tentative takes in the future, right? On Totori-ken, right? Totori-ken when it comes out. Now, I do have to go over my usual disclaimers. Tentative takes are usually improvised, therefore typically non-comprehensive. So if there are points that I miss, that's perfectly fine. Feel free to add your commentaries, but generally speaking, this is to serve as an improvised highlight of like thoughts and facts, so on. So to start most things, most of my formatting deals with three stages. The first one is by the numbers. And these are whatever relevant facts that I pay attention to. That's part of my highlights, my thoughts. So these are your facts, statistics, etc. Things that are undisputed. They exist, and with no opinion whatsoever, these are your objective stuff, right? Objective stuff. And following that, I usually apply archetypes. So then we apply profiling. A profiling stage. This is to take hypothetical models, hypothetical like hypothetical targets, right? In order to give people a relative. So these are they serve as relative standards. And we'll go into that. So things like for Wagotabi, it would be a serious learner versus a casual learner. Things like that. More on that in a bit. And then the final part, typically, is my personal anecdotes. So this is the personal reflections. And these make up for the bulk of things. So this would be any form of anecdotes of personal importance, right? Important to myself. So this is where the opinions come in, my personal opinions. And lastly, we typically give a rating, but this is a tentative take, so I won't do that. However, I wanted to do something different. My new experimental thing is we're gonna evaluate things. So we're gonna take these things. We're gonna take these things and we're gonna map them onto a Likert scale. I don't know how to spell Likert. I think we should use that. Likert scale. To represent the contrast, or like to represent the balance between two, like, maybe contrasting viewpoints or contrasting characteristics. I've been starting to do it this way instead because I genuinely believe that viewing most things as zeros and ones is one of the standards online. So if you want to get someone to view things as zeros and ones, there are plenty of individuals who will shorten it and cut to the chase, right? This is the hot takes of the internet. You either suck or you don't. You're either good or you're bad. It's not even you suck or you either suck or you don't suck. It's more like you suck or you're good, right? Or this is bad, that's good. So if you want a hotter take than that, there are plenty of examples out there. You'll probably find it in the review section and whatnot. But I feel like for my personal uses, in order to encourage more of a balanced take, which I believe developing life skills such as language learning requires a little bit more nuance, a little bit more resolution. However, I will try to be a little bit accommodating by taking two of the contrasting characteristics, the zeros and ones. So like, is this good or bad? And then it'd be on a Likert scale. So you'll see what I mean in a bit. So we're gonna frame everything around a Likert scale between two characteristics, and then this is where I will use the scale in order to add these little properties. But we're gonna give it a go. It will be very organized look in a sense, and then I'll add my chaos, right? So let's get to it. I think one of the major themes that I want to emphasize for Wagotabi that I really enjoy, some disclaimers, right? First, I was solicited for this way back, and I continue to follow it because I do believe in generosity and reciprocating generosity. So what is this for? Listen, I received the copy for free, right? Not that I wouldn't shy away from actually purchasing and following it. So just to get that out of the way, what I feel the central theme of my tentative take, the central theme here is the idea of variety, balance, and creativity. These are the words that will come up probably fairly often. I think this is also the reason why there might be some consternation from individuals who do not embrace variety, balance, and creativity. So what is that? What is the opposing stuff to variety, balance, and creativity? You have optimized, specialized, and focus, to contrast a few. And we're going to talk about these on a Likert scale. So you can see that focus would be in contrast to variety. Balance is not necessarily optimized, right? Or not necessarily specialized. So when you're going for balance, you're not specialized. And then when you're thinking of creative things, typically it's not a property of being optimized, because when you optimize, you become less critical, less creative. You're doing less experimentation. You're looking to refine and hone in on the thing you're doing, right? Typically. Or I should say refinement. Refinement is kind of one of those things. So let's get into it. We're gonna stick with the color stuff, right? All right. So let's get into this. So we're gonna start with all the characteristics, right? The characteristics that centers around language learning. I'm gonna say very loosely, right? Language learning. Maybe a better one are interested, relative, right? Relative characteristics. That are desirable, right? Desirable. That's too technical. Let's we'll say important factors. Important factors to language learning, or to language learners, right? To language learners. The greater language learners. So this includes anyone who deals with specific acquisition of language, like be it linguistics or whatnot. And we have these sets. So on the one end, there's the constant characteristic of implicit, right, versus explicit. I'm basically taking the reviews that I've been seeing and the comments that I've been seeing regarding Wagotabi and all the other experiences that I've had up to this point. There are common discussions that deal with either implicit or explicit stuff, right? It's characterized by that. And then we have your classic native. And I think one of the contrasting thing that is constantly being used to go against native is creative. Now, these aren't meant to be like antonyms and synonyms. They're more like things that I've come to see being used as counter-arguments or arguments. I don't necessarily think these are either any of these directly counter-argue with each other. It's kind of like commentary that classically shows up against each other, right? Juxtaposed to each other. And then we have, and they are opposite ends here is because the things that they're talking about kind of contrasts with each other. Like to have one kind of takes away from the other quite often. There's also grammar. Right? Grammar and pattern recognition. Right? Grammar and pattern. It does go into like the implicit and explicit stuff quite a bit. Actually, I kind of want to arrange these now that I think about it. I kind of want to arrange these on one end because they tend to be this way. Grammar and what did I say? Pattern. Or I should say observation. Yeah, patterns. Patterns is good. Then we have it's kind of a extension from native. Well, actually, we can remove this. We're gonna say creative versus consistent. And then we have native at the other end. Generated. So generated. So oftentimes AI is being thrown around as a generality, right? Can we add a few more things to make this segment a little bit more informative? The goal of the tentative takes or review is to explain as much information as I can without tackling the content, right? Without tackling the direct content. So I'm not spoiling the content per se, but is to tackle the information in which someone can use it. There's no, again, my opinions come way at the end most of the time. Everything is observation up to the point I share my opinions. And my opinions is to get that personable thing, but generally speaking, my goals of these things is to present as many perspectives as possible to allow someone to reasonably make an informed decision on it. It's pretty agnostic whether you find my opinions. I'm pretty agnostic to the point that if you find any of this information useful. But for my personal opinions, yeah, you can be angry at me for having particular opinions or agree with me or support me in my opinions. But generally speaking, I want 80% of the bulk to be a reflection and observational stuff, because I do earnestly believe that with given information and a lot of different perspectives, people who are in a position of learning, which is yourself selecting yourself right now, right, in language learning, are able to make conscious cautionable and informed decisions on their own. If they want my opinion, they can ask for it, right? Typically, I try not to share too much of my opinion so egregiously and projecting it so egregiously. That's for some other people who are quite more passionate about it. To the serious language learner, for example. Okay, so native versus generated, which that's going to be a very active discussion. Then we have the difficulty, right? And difficulty is a little bit different. I think it's more like the talking point is often motivated. Or I think we're gonna stick with ease. And I don't have a great word. Progressive. We're gonna say progressive. And then what other last topic? Native is one of the bigger topics, but I guess this is specifically referring to voice. So then we have another category, right? And that is content. So this is the final one that I want to tackle. Native, and in terms of content, versus, once again, it's up here, creative, but this is more in the variety sense. And then we have creative, and this is for gamification. So these are quite a lot of buzzwords. I added my own interpretations of ease and progressive. So these are what I've discovered, or what I've observed. A little mix from, Duolingo, Wanikani, Hanzi Hero, Anki, Boonpro, Do Chinese. It keeps going. The list goes on and on. And then most of this is framed around what Wagotabi, like word of mouth, people are writing. So I read a bunch of reviews, those reviews that are upvoted and all that. And these are the things that are highlighted that may be worth considering, whether you like a game or not, whether you like this product or not, or going to like this product, or don't ever like this product. Most of these words will become very important, right? You have your content, you have your difficulty, you have your consistency and or creativity, so variety, and then you have your implicit learning and explicit learning stuff, and your grammars, your grammar and pattern recognition, right? I'm not going to tackle input. Input is a very interesting thing, and I'm not talking about language learning input. We're going to be talking about language learning input. We're talking about mechanical input, like keyboards, controllers, accessibility. I think that is a win-win situation. Wagotabi team is very, very accommodating when it comes to creating accessibility. In fact, we'll tackle accessibility in ease versus progressive, right? All right, so here's our layout. Now we're gonna start with by the numbers, right? I'm gonna start with by the numbers. So here are some facts that are undisputed. So on the explicit side, we're gonna say the most explicit thing in Wagotabi is that lessons are presented before a test, right? So then it is considered a test, right? So one of the predominant game loops, one of the predominant mechanical loops in Wagotabi is to provide lessons and a test. So this is a lot more akin to formal education in the current state, at least in the United States. Formal education, right? There's no way like it's factual. You get your lessons and then you are tested on those lessons, right? And that is the explicit nature. It's the explicit nature of this game structure. Now, there are other things that also exist, which is implicit. There are puzzles. Puzzle design is there's implicitness, and that involves things like problem solving. While you still have the explicit lessons, most of the puzzles and problem solving deal with environmental, like order of operation, order, and environment. Right? So this does involve operational skills. So one of the major gameplay loops is the elaborate nature of consistent puzzles. Like, oh hey, here's a sign and it has random numbers in it. It's like, why does this have random numbers? And a random series of numbers is next to one clue, saru. So while you have your lessons that introduce those words, the application of those lessons, the test, can vary. The test can be a straight up test, which what I qualify when people say test is a memory test. Right. That is one of the lines. You get a lesson, it has a sentence in it. If you understand or even memorize, just like memorize the sentence, it will come up later. So that test is in that regards. That's one of the major criticisms of like Duolingo. Oftentimes when people bring up these things, they talk about Duolingo a lot. Because Duolingo, they give you the sentence, you memorize the sentence, and you might not ever appreciate beyond that. There's no implicit learning, right? It can be entirely explicit. It can be entirely explicit. And most of the time, it is entirely explicit for individuals who do not engage in implicit learning. So if you learn language is one of the major crutches, right? Maybe I'll add this to my personal opinions. So one of the crutches for this is when you do formal education and you test on memory, right? It is dependent on the user to apply or find abstractions of that use, right? It's very dependent. And one of the crutches is that a lot of users most users in this type of format will have passive learning styles, right? So one of the passive learning styles is that if you rely entirely on explicit instruction, the user will be inclined to wait for explicit instruction. So there's no implicit learning, right? It encourages users to passively memorize and learn things. And if it's not explained, then they don't iterate above and beyond that. That is formal education. And when I mean by formal education, that's one of the elements and the drawbacks of formal education. But it is very applicable when you have no prior knowledge, right? When you're a child, when you're a kid, you have no frame of reference. So when you do explicit learning, you dump those things and then you encourage that child to apply those things later. But of course, that doesn't work entirely. So what happens is school then transitions once you get your foundational knowledge, through high school. when you get into college and higher education, you start learning abstraction and application and critical thinking skills in order to apply your explicit knowledge. That's when you roll into a difference in adulthood, right? When adults don't get challenged intellectually as they grow with their explicit instruction, they stay explicit. So that's one that works to Wagotabi's strengths, because they are also targeting adults and maybe younger people who think they have no prior experience, right? A new language is like trying to tell yourself, a lot of times it feels like there's no basis, you have no relatives. So the strength of explicit approaches is that they produce another foundation. Now the question is, does this game only rely on explicit instruction? The answer is absolutely 100% no. And what happens here is, though, one of the greater criticizers of this game, they only played through the explicit parts. And what by the facts thing is Kagawa Prefecture, right? Kagawa Ken is the explicit instruction. It's heavily explicit. It's so explicit that we're gonna talk about the bottom stuff, like the content, the creative content versus the native content, right? But Kagawa Ken is a starting point. The first prefecture, so this is not the entirety of my playthrough. I did start over again to play Kagawa Ken and then Okayama Ken. So Kagawa Ken is nearly 90% to 100% of it is explicit, because if you're coming in with no frame of reference whatsoever, like you as a user believe that you do not have any frame of reference, explicit instruction gets the person up to speed as quickly as possible. So yes, you do say hajimemashite, yoroshiku onegaishimasu back and forth unnaturally, because you're drilling your foundations. Explicit instruction gives you a point of reference, of which then when you get to the second prefecture, Okayama Ken, the implicit learning starts taking over. It starts going towards implicit things. So now you no longer have the repeated things. You are asked to, from the explicit, you still get lessons, right? You get the lessons, but the tasks that are given to you in the following prefecture are applications and implicitness. Like, oh, hey, you already know how to ask for all this stuff. So now people are just going to ask you, hey, can you open this door for me? Instead of saying this is a door in Japanese, and then how do you say open door? Now that you have these structured foundational things you can work with, you can start building implicit models around it. Now, hear me out. This is not in the game yet, so I'm not going to write this, but there is already a bunch of things to make it so that the beginning, Kagawa Ken will be completely removed of its explicit nature, right? You still get the lessons, but the actual application and the filling in stuff will be removed of its training wheels. I don't know how that's implemented yet. We'll be talking about this in a future installment when they release the update, and then probably when Totori Ken is completely released. But what they're going to do is they have like a NG plus, right? In the theme of gamification, in NG plus, where you remove the training wheel so that it completely tries to mitigate the explicit nature of the learning, because ultimately the loudest minority criticizers tend to be people who are already experienced, and in my opinion, they are the loudest ones are incredibly narcissistic, and they believe that when a product starts as an explicit product, it's a waste of time. Using implicit learning is like the jump start that everyone should do. Like, well, you can. It is one of the ways. But Wagotabi team has voiced very clearly that this is meant to be a balanced approach. It's about catering to the largest of audience and allowing then creating layers of customization and accessibility in order to tailor wherever your entry point is, despite it technically still being advertised appropriately as a from zero game, right? So yes, when you have a balanced approach and you're targeting many people, you don't have a specialized approach. So whenever a specialist person comes by who is very practiced and well rehearsed, the quality of their criticism depends, in my opinion, incredibly on how much cherry picking they do. And the one really, there are actually 2 thumbs down Steam reviews right now. One of them is incredibly cherry picked, but it's very informative. It tells you what a very educated, very seasoned and experienced person may think of a game that does have a balance, right? Naturally, the things that are balanced, that are inappropriate, that they find inappropriate and ineffective, would be the point of criticism. And then the parts that they might find useful is not sufficient. That's what happens when you have a specialized person lacking empathy, criticizing a product that is not targeted towards them, right? That's one of the things that will be Wagotabi teams they will try to address those things, right, in the future. But ultimately, I think that is a vocal minority that may cause, ironically, an unfocused approach to being unapologetically realizing their own vision. The irony here is because the criticism from that person is that the Wagotabi team does not understand what they're doing. And I honestly think it's the other way around. That person doesn't understand what they're doing. And therefore the criticism comes with double standards and hypocritical statements. Like, the idea that there is no implicit learning is because they choose not to see it, in my opinion. Or the irony here is, like, one of the other things is this person made a disclaimer that, oh, they played through a certain amount, don't let your time on Steam dictate that, because they played it on mobile. And yet they are also guilty of not playing the entire game in its current state before posting that review. Meanwhile, there are other people who criticize that person at the same time for not playing very little, but they made a comment, right, that's like, oh, so you didn't read my entire paragraph before posting the response. It's like, well, you didn't play the entire game before you post the response. That is what happens in these dialogue. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But what I can tell you is later on, Okayama Ken becomes a lot more implicit, and I can only imagine what it's going to be like in the future. I will be doing the New Game Plus thing and see how it changed up the explicit nature of Kagawa Ken. And I do agree with the one critical person. It is largely entirely explicit and passive for the part that they played, which is the first prefecture, right? They were so hopped up on their nocebo effect that they didn't bring to complete whatever was available there during Steam launch prior to making an impressions video, because they made the presumption that everything stays the same, right? And I personally think it is a very tough ask to think that the whole thing stayed the same between the two prefectures. And I expect, I'm like auspiciously expecting that the third prefecture would be very different, because again, the central theme of Wagotabi's team is creativity, variety, and that involves gamification. Gamification is one of those things that are casual forward, possibly less focused to the consternation of someone who specializes things, because gamification often deals with novelty of inputs and interactions, right? Be it explicit or implicit, it will be a myriad of that. So when you're asking a specialist to appreciate that, it's probably not going to happen. A specialist has a very optimized and refined palette, right? Kind of like saying, oh, hey, would you want a combination of a bunch of mediocre things, like, do you want a slight taste, good enough taste of a lot of things in order to spawn creativity and engagement, versus you want the best thing over and over again because you believe it's always the best thing, right? That is the difference, in my opinion. That is a conflict of interest between someone who puts forth understanding what they do professionally versus telling someone that's operating under different conditions, right? So yes, you could be a linguist and a language learner, but you're not a game designer, right? So there are I mean, like, I'm not a game designer either, nor am I a language learner or a linguistic expert. So naturally, my first observational skill is to notice that, oh, there's a lot going on here. And it, much like lots of going on casual, friendly, forward things, is that it doesn't specialize in very much anything. It does the kitchen sink approach, where you try to capture a modular, like, try to capture a sufficient amount of different types of aspects of language learning. So what is that? You capture a little bit of, your flick keyboard, your writing, but they're often never, like, I would say 80% to 90% of the time will not satisfy someone who specializes in something, right? And that comes with experience in a language, right? If you don't think grammar is important, it's because you no longer use that source anymore, or you never use that source because you didn't believe in it. That's perfectly fine. But it's in the game, right? It's in the game. It's the reference material. So what is another form of explicitness? Reference material. So lots of reference material. And another explicit nature is completion. You know what I mean by completion is input completion. So you're kind of guided, but they're gonna try and remove that too. So, or offer an exercise that removes a guidance for completion in inputs. Like, we're talking about speech bubbles and, like, sentence click and drag sentence structures, right? That is definitely part of the loop. However, later down the road, while you have a word bank, right? Yeah, certainly you have a word bank, but sentences are completely blank. There are like no guides, like a lack of guides. And now they're entertaining the idea of introduce something that doesn't have guides at all. Like, write the entire sentence. And it's part of the process, right? You're going from zero to a point. You're building up. That is the logic of a video game. It is not the same as the I+1 aspect. I+1 is very different from building a game structure and a system through creativity, right? There are overlapping properties, but the I+1 is very different. It's top down. Oh, I forgot about that, actually. So One thing I would have to say that's a little bit of a personal opinion is when it comes to explicitness has a strength in bottom-up approaches. And when you're thinking of implicit nature, it has a strength in top-down approaches. So you're going to see that a lot of times when you have a conversation with someone who values, like wholeheartedly values implicit learning, you'll get native content only, right? Only keep listening to the most complex thing you can, just slightly outside your comfort zone. That's top down. That is like taking whatever you can and understanding that whatever comes from learning that extra, it works, because you're going to end up deconstructing that one thing that you're missing in order to learn it. As a differing opinion, when you think about a video game, which this is a little logically fallacious for some, especially the person who critiqued. They said that you do I+1, right? The whole comprehensible input idea, but you're not creating the system from bottom up. You're entering the system, and you're hoping to modulate yourself while you're in the system. A game, when they say a game should build you up, right? There are two different types of building up. There are ones where they decide to build the system themselves despite all your legacy skills. Like, for example, a game that would say you can only push blocks, right? You can only push blocks in the 4 cardinal directions, and that's it. And then later they told you, oh, well, now you can push blocks in 6 different directions. Despite you knowing that there are more directions than 4 cardinal directions, a game, when they think of gamification, that's kind of the idea that goes against the person who thinks about the I+1, right? They want to work at the top complexity, break it down in order to learn something, not necessarily fundamentally build up to something. And gamification is that word. When you gamify something, you actually reduce most of the things to a starting point, and that starting point then it's built to a higher complexity. So I agree with the person that they desire a certain thing, but when they criticize something, right, like a game, the words that they are using are in conflict of interest with what they're looking for. So if they're not looking for a game, then they're probably a little bit more satisfied. I think gamification deals with this idea that you start as low complexity as you can in order to build on top of a concept. It gives that gamification feeling at the expense of what we're going to talk about next, right? So without spoiling much things, I can earnestly tell you it's a little bit of a blend. And I think going to the future, it will continue to be that blend. You can see that variety is the spice of life here, right? Now we got to talk about consistency, right? So when it comes to creativity and consistency, we probably already have the answer for this. It is heavily weighed over here. So you have like matching games, doing memorization, just raw reading, context specific. The list keeps going. So it's talking about variety. Every single time when you go to a new thing, it's using as many things to provide variety. And that creativity comes at the expense of consistency. And what I mean by consistency is you're not taking one path and then constantly, so the this should not be in green because that's not what's happening. We'll introduce that with other archetypes, but there's not necessarily a outside of, you can make an argument the language itself will become more and more consistently complicated, right? However, I don't think that's the focus of how the language is utilized. The language is typically utilized by introducing creative ways of interacting with the language. So what does that lead to? That leads to this game having low volume or lower volume in content and high replayability. This would be a game term, but the high replayability is supposed to create repetition. So you have a variety of ways to repeat a lower volume. So one of the arguments a lot of times for this is, well, it's a lower volume. You're not acquiring the language. You're not acquiring more language. Like, well, yes, that's true. That is definitely a thing. But you are focusing on retention. So when you have creative, and then there's like other things to consider, like resources, how quickly, how TLC works, and the workflow and whatnot. When you create variety with a lower volume, that increases retention as opposed to addressing acquisition. Like acquisition is very much dependent on the volume, the novel volume that you have, right? It's more so that than repetition for retention. This game has to curate a lot of things. So their goal, in my opinion, that's communicated towards their design and their accessibility and accommodation is to create as much engagement with a lower volume of stuff, because the higher volume is the intimidating proposition. The higher the volume, the higher the complexity is seen as something that their audience do not desire as much as the replayability and repetitious nature. And we're not talking about like repetitious as in it's a boring or grindy. It's more like how many ways can you engage with the same thing so that you can get the same thing stuck in your head slowly. So yes, much like this person that I'm referring to, it does slow down language acquisition. It does, though, greatly enhance retention. If you forget things, like if you're acquiring language, right? Like let's just say you go really, really high volume and you can do it. It's like, that's great. You can also get that, right? Maybe they'll try that. But if you have lots of high volume, it will certainly speed your quote unquote acquisition of the language. Like you'll acquire more vocabulary, you'll see more context, and that's great, right? However, then you start asking yourself, do you have the habit formation, the regularity of using those things in different ways in which you retain that? Yeah, you can most definitely acquire language and become entirely rusty on it because you grind yourself into the ground with acquisition and speed. So Wagotabi is trying to balance that. They continue to introduce volume into it. But one of the things in the design language that is very clear in Wagotabi is, okay, well, 100 kanji. How many different ways can we get you to interact with that kanji so that it sticks permanently? That's gamification. One of the major aspects of gamification is that you repeats and iterates on the same content, but find new forms of engagement with it. That's one of the hallmarks of game design. Like a roguelike game, the boss themselves and the concepts themselves and the content itself is replayable because they're using that limited volume to create higher emergent effects, right? So if a boss is gonna run all the time, well, you understand the concept of running, but what happens when that same boss stops running faster? Well, you already understand the concepts of a boss not running faster, right? Then what happens if you decide no one can move at all? Like that, all those concepts are still involved in acquisition, but what happens is that you get less new ideas, which can dwarf acquisition in terms of the language, right there, but you get increased iteration on the lower volume. So how many different ways can you represent Mizu, right? How can you use Mizu in different ways? Well, you can type Mizu in kana, which can be matched with English, which can be matched with its kanji, and that's the basic level. That's the foundational input level in games. And that is where most people operate when it comes to language acquisition, in my opinion, because language acquisition deals with the novelty of how much expansive the language is. But it's not the video game, in my opinion. It's not a video game or gamification way. Like Mizu can be represented by sound, by sight. It can be functional. So like if you're carrying water, how does water interact with something else? People can drink water. They can dump water. They can give water. So in a video game, typically replayability is exploring how many different contextual things you can do with the thing. That's the interactability situation, right? That interactability doesn't have to necessarily be native. Being native, the realistic part, is actually at a conflict of interest with game design, right? Oh, that's not normal for people to be throwing water at horses. It's like, well, do you normally go to horse ranches and give water to horses? Like, and then you start thinking, oh yeah, only listen to native content because native content will make things normal. It's like, so do you normally visit horse ranches and use that language? Well, you don't normally do that, but in a video game you might, right? So it does end up, video games do create artificial situations. The idea is, though, does that hinder, the biggest criticism is, does that hinder you from learning the language in its natural state? That's too difficult for me to answer, right? For myself, it's kind of like saying I didn't learn most of Mesopotamian history, like the Sumerian period and stuff, through a video game, because I noticed that the video game portrayed it in not realistic or native sense, right? Like, no, I learned to cross that line, bridge that line, because I already have information. Just because the framework starts at a video game doesn't mean it doesn't have value for you to bridge into something else, right? So yes, you might know Mizu as something that you could feed horses, and that might be unnatural for you because not everyone constantly think of water in terms of horses immediately. I'm actually highlighting, sorry, spoilers, but in a very specific scenario, the importance of water comes with animals in this game. And oftentimes when you're thinking, oh, what's natural? Well, water is for hydration. That's the most natural way you would say it. When you're thirsty, you want to learn thirst with water. It's like, well, In this game, they're probably thinking of horses and pigs and, you know, and cats and dogs. That can seem like unnatural, but to jump from understanding how water can be used to how water is normally used, I think while some people keep using the argument that, oh yeah, you should do implicit learning because you're smart enough to figure it out, right? It creates lots of learning. So is this. People are very smart when they are engaged creatively to think and problem solve. So I disagree, prominently, just that language is any different, but we'll see. Anyways, so in terms of creative process, you're gonna have no shortage. Wagotabi's one of Wagotabi's highlights is that the game loop, in my opinion, the game loop is all of it. I think it would be a disservice to say that the game loop is the one thing that you think you're acquiring new knowledge from, ideally. Now, if you don't like the rest of the game, then yes, it may feel like the game loop is only one game loop. What is a game loop in this game? Looking at your grammar section, looking at your lessons, looking at your dictionary. That's part of the game loop. But for many people who focuses on like language acquisition, the game loop is only when some new content is introduced, only when vocal dialogue is heard, for example. That's not just the game loop. That's what I mean by those who specialize in things, they cherry pick. It's not a bad or a good thing. It's a human condition. When you are really focused on understanding just the things you care about, those are the only things you typically see. And I am not specialized enough. Maybe in the future, I will be very picky as well because I'm human. But for now, I see a lot more than a game loop being described as, oh, you just click and drag the dialogue box. That's not what you do only in this game. In fact, it is such a big myopic telltale sign that this person choose to not see many things. So low volume, a very high variety. Like if dictionaries don't work for you, they're trying a different thing. If constantly making sentences isn't good enough, there's a matching game. Soon they will be adding more accessibility. Like, oh, if you don't really like English, heck, remove all the English right away, right? And they're constantly asking, or like people are constantly asking for new things. Hey, you know what? What would be great? Just throw in radicals anyways, right? The game doesn't have radicals yet, so I can't write it on this file here. But it will have radicals because some other people believe radicals are good, like they're useful. So you throw that in there. But if radicals are not useful to you, that doesn't mean it is valueless. And that doesn't mean you criticize it for wasting time adding that, right? You miss, in my opinion, that's missing the message, right? Like radicals will not necessarily increase your language acquisition, because radicals that they introduce will double down on the same volume, right? If there's 100 kanji, there's still 100 kanji. If you introduce a bunch of radicals, those radicals will be applied to those 100 kanji. So yes, the kanji and like the grammar and the pattern recognition will be still a rate limiting step. However, what's the retention like? If you hear and see and read most of the comments instead of, right, I'm talking to a very specific person actually, this theoretical person. If you only see what you want to see and never read other people's reviews and don't listen to other people, one of the most consistent comments about Wagotabi and video games in general, like successful gamification, is that people remember things that they try to spend 5 years trying to remember, and they manage to remember now in such a short period of time. That's one of the essences of creating high variances of low volume content. That creates refinement as well. It leads to creative structures, right? And that can also, by detraction, lead to unnatural thinking. What is considered unnatural thinking by default? Creative thinking, right? It's not natural because you're being creative. Until it becomes normalized, it's not natural, right? A smartphone was not a natural habitual action until someone creatively enough invented the use case for the phone, and now one of the most natural things to do is to be on your phone. So this is where games shine at the cost of other things, like as a compromise. So I would, in my opinion, I really do hope that Wagotabi team continues to be unapologetically creative, because yes, it is a very difficult task that they have when some of the heaviest criticizers are individuals who want to dogmatically conserve how the language is being interacted with. Like, for example, if you want a great version of linguistics, or like not linguistics, but messing around with language, play Baba Is You. Baba Is You is a great example of the game came first. The Wagotabi team is trying to balance between being a language learning thing and a gamification thing, because they're making a game, right, as well. But Baba Is You is, in my opinion, someone who is very passionate about game logic, and then they use the English language as a vehicle for it. And yes, you don't do any of that in real life. Like, you don't do that natively. People don't structure language like that. But you know what does happen? Retention is very, very high. So to me, I think the Wagotabi team can unapologetically seek that, while other resources will fill in something else, right? If you want native, like, only use Japanese for speaking to people and not playing in video games, then it has to always be the standardized video game, like standardized depiction of realism. That is basically realism, in my opinion. So this guy probably will love all the games that are as close to reality as possible. And this person did mention Kerbal Space Program, and talked about how it's incredibly organic and natural in applying those concepts, right? But then you could also say games like for example, Hades is fantastic because you do things that aren't natural. Despite it all, you are able to remember all the mechanics, all the permutations, and the probabilistic nature of what is good and bad intuitively, or non-intuitively, or both. So one of the natural things, in my opinion, in games is this. Now, there is a conflict of interest, because if your goal is, which most people do have this goal, is to sound natural, right? Sound natural, do natural things, and that environment is something that is not in a video game, then yes, you will probably not be able to. It will take some time to adapt that. So that is being fair to everything, right? So Wagotabi team is way on the right. Is it consistent? I would say the most consistent things that it has, as crazy as it may sound, is the reference, all the reference material. That includes, which will be mentioned later, that includes the voice, the audio dialogue, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But the reference material, you got lots and lots of reference material. So does that matter to a lot of people? Well, some people will criticize, why don't you just bring a dictionary? It's like, well, if the dictionary is inside the game, then less dictionary, or the dictionary is more accessible, right? Or you can cross-reference. The idea is they're implementing all the reference material. You can make an argument, oh, there are other reference material that are better than this. Like, okay, right, then go use that. You can ignore that the reference material is in there, but it's an inclusion. That's what makes the game consistently high quality, in the sense that they're trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it, right? That's one of the things that hurt casual forward games. The more pots, cookie jars that their hand is in, the more likely it will draw criticism, because it doesn't go deep enough. Like, for example, if you're going to add a dictionary, you might as well add the best dictionary. That's what a specialist would consider. The idea for me is, what is consistent? The quality that they're trying to maintain, the sufficient quality that they're trying to maintain in the reference material is consistent. Like, if you read a grammar entry, the grammar entry for almost all the things are consistently of a specific quality. Now, that quality might not be sufficient for advanced learners, because it would require you to explore other resources, right? And that is a part of the design. Wagotabi team is focused on providing variety, creative balance, right? So the grammar might not be the work of art. It is trying to make the grammar as accessible and part of the flow of the gameplay loop. All of these tools are trying to bring together an introductory exposure of habit formation. Is it natural for someone to be looking in a dictionary when they already have a native language? The answer is no. So I find it incredibly hypocritical when someone says, oh, it's you should learn it the natural way. Go and watch a podcast with a native speaker and bring a dictionary along. Like, the last time I checked, not even a dictionary is a natural approach to learning something. It's a part that augments that, bringing a grammar source and etc. So this game, Wagotabi team, I don't know if this is their intent, but their design is, now you have exposure to all of these, and it's part of the gameplay loop. So in the future, when you go outside and, I don't know, bump into someone and say, oh, you're explaining something, it's like, wait a minute, I could bring a dictionary along. No, you know what? If I can't figure it out this way, maybe I could use images. So, you know, these are different skills, by the way, not for language learning, I suppose, but for learning, creatively learning. So you could say you can build mind palaces. You can build associations where there aren't any. You can do abstractions to learn natural things. In my opinion, that's where video games shine. Video games are able to create what seems like unnatural ways at first, and then they challenge the mind to do something to connect and make use of it. So yes, you could say that it is unnatural for someone to think of a pixelated horse and attach it to the idea of a real horse. So when you're seeing a picture of a horse, you're like, oh wait, that horse looks kind of weird because you've been staring at a virtual horse for a long time. Or like, there are obviously dissonance, like, oh, this dog in this video game behaves so human-like, and then when you go interact with the actual dog, it doesn't behave entirely like the game dog. The idea, though, is that if you're not going to go interact with the real dog in the first place, and you never interact with the dog, then there's nothing. You have no form of reference, right? So in a video game, what happens is it can become a platform for exposure. Some people believe that even the first exposure will taint a person's progress. So like if you learn a dog wrong in like a fictional context, you are too stupid and ignorant to be able to redefine and correct and alter your, or be inclusive of your definition of what a dog is later. And sure, I don't actually know if that's true or not. As far as I know, I didn't learn certain things in the environment that they're supposed to be learned, and I believe that through the act of creative problem solving in video games, you are able to navigate that. You are able to navigate it because a video game challenges you to engage in a lower volume of things with as many possible ways of interacting with it. So in the future, when you go and learn something elsewhere, right? Because this is one of many things, right? One of many things, because the human potential, like that person suggested, is all the same. We all learn the same. We all have the potential to learn the same. It is through our choices and volume that we don't learn the same. And that's one of the topics that I really want to get into. I don't know if I'm going to get into it, but there's a difference between saying all humans learn the same, or all humans have the potential to learn the same, versus all humans choose to learn the same, to recognize that potential. So in a video game, the one thing that goes with the video game is that yes, you acquire much less. You can potentially acquire way more novel knowledge at a higher pace if you restrict and optimize the form of inputs, right? The optimized, heavy, high bang for your buck input. Like go to a video game that has a natural thing because it's towards your goal. If that is your goal, absolutely. It does not say anything about what is the value of things that you don't have value for yet. So like you may never know, you may never realize the application of wanting to digitize something or think something backwards, but it can come up. And that's not an argument to say to weigh empty promises on, right? Like you can't say, oh, there's value when you can't recognize that value. I totally agree. I concede with that. So is there any value to connecting a card, like a river card, kawa, with a river card of a representation? Well, some people may say it's absolutely a waste of time. And for me, a lot of people ask me, how do I remember things? I create mind palaces. It's like, well, what's a mind palace? Like, well, it's taking very abstract things, putting them in a specific order, and associating them unnaturally. And the reason why I added the word unnaturally is because that person doesn't know what a mind palace is. And you don't have to. You can go through life always finding the appropriate literal example and learn from that. You don't have to creatively learn anything. You can literally learn the thing. right? That's not what video games are about, but yeah, sure. That's not what music and art is about. It's like asking, do you like hyper realistic games or do you like arcade games? They both exist. People learn different skills through both, by the way. So if you play a hyper realistic game, you will most definitely learn what it's really naturally, realistically in that environment. So if you like play a racing simulator, for example, you probably will have transferable skills to actual racing. And then when you play arcade games, what do you have? Well, this is where the double standard happens a lot when it comes to language learning. It is very warranted in language learning. And then you can kind of loosely think about simulator games and like economic games and like historical games, right? How realistic is it? You get some people would argue, yeah, you get double the value, right? You can play a video game and learn a language at the same time, for example. Or you can play a video game and can learn to drive a truck at the same time. That's double whammy, right? It's a win-win. It's highly efficient. So why is it that there are still individuals who learn really, really well without using realistic hyperrealism, right? To me, there is a very strong association that you can make a counter argument that those who engage in creative process in problem solving are more likely to encounter novel situations and find the associations quicker. They would have lower learning curves. So I'm not suggesting that Wagotabi, like it would take a while to really ascertain if this is a thing. But for myself, I don't have a glossary knowledge or an eidetic memory or lots of experience in real life of certain things. But I can sure as heck tell you that my learning curve is probably below average. And what I mean by learning curve being below average is it takes me less time to learn things, associate things. Because when I look at an association like A and B, I don't literally say it has to be A and B in order to be successful. I can be creative in a sense that, well, the solution is C. Nah, you know what? The solution is D. It's like, wait a minute, you know what? There's not even a solution here. Let's just go make a new problem. So that, in my opinion, is what video games occupy. It's the, and when you frame it into language learning, to me, one has to appreciate that perspective, then imposing your own opinions, criticizing something, thinking you understand the creators, you understand the developers. Like someone who thinks that natural situations and realistic situations are always the most enriching things that people can do are someone who are incredibly maybe experienced in the realistic things. And yet, how much time do people spend engaging in only realistic things? Especially when that particular person, those type of people, expect that playing a video game would do that too. I think there are more video games that are talking about the imagination and the creativity and the abstraction of things habitually because of the form of engagement than that. So there is criticism with intended design, like with the knowledge of intended design, and then there's criticism with narcissistic bias. When you want a game to be something that it already was intended not to be, that is not constructive criticism. That is projecting your own principles and finding a scapegoat for it. You want it a game to fail so you can make an example of it. You want it to be not a game. Right? That's kind of like going to Duolingo. It's like, oh, I don't want can you remove like duo and all the characters, because that's not important to language learning, right? Like, so you want Duolingo to stop being one of the recognizably Duolingo. It's like, yeah, that'll make it better. Like, well, have you considered that that was the whole intention of the design? Like, you can say what the design does to acknowledge that you know what it's doing. And this is what I'm doing here. Like, at least in my opinion, I am attempting to do this here. I'm not saying what the results are yet, because I haven't really talked about how my experience with Wagotabi is happening. I'm telling you what is there and what I can convey from what is there before saying anything about, oh, did I learn something? How well did I learn? Do I sound unnatural? I'm not concerned with the results. We're talking about the methodology here, right? And I think it is definitely a game. Wagotabi, very passionate people. It is very difficult to remember, forget those things. So yes, I can kind of see if something is wrong, you know, according to that person. If something is wrong, say like a pitch accent is wrong. Well, yeah, people will remember the wrong pitch accent, for sure. Does that mean that they will be unable to know when the actual pitch accent happens at a later time? Well, if you forget the content, then you don't even have a basis to compare it to, right? And some people might say, oh, that's a little bit destructive though. You don't want to waste time remembering things wrong, because there's no point in remembering wrong things. If you remember wrong things, you'll have to unremember them. You'll have to forget them. And here's where I'll share one of my personal opinions. You don't have to forget them. You can use it to your advantage, right? Go, hey, guess what? If you know, Kami is upstairs, right? Kami is paper. But occasionally, from time to time, I would say Kami as referring to upstairs. But hey, I will be able to catch it next time, because I remember that Kami is in reference to Kami, right? So, even in my opinion, even wrong things produces a precedence of juxtaposition. Now the question is, does the user have the skills to do that? Video games lets you do that. Always listening to native content, and always thinking that a single source or the limited source you'll have in your native content justifies all of your realities, that has limitations. It doesn't incorporate problem-solving skills. Well, it incorporates some elements of problem-solving skills. It incorporates trying to find the correct answer or the correct thing. It informs you on always adhering to a prescription. So instead of looking, in my opinion, here's an antithesis of what I would think. Instead of entertaining the possibilities of different different random Japanese combinations of stuff, you are prescriptionally thinking that only one source or a very limited number of source will be the gold standard in which everyone adheres to. And that to me is why it's the difference between trading off consistency for creativity and creativity for consistency. But and it's both, by the way. I'm not suggesting that consistency is bad, creativity is bad. The idea is a human being is able to do both. And sometimes when human beings tend to stick with one approach, they are incredibly consistent and optimized. They are rarely ever creative or constructively creative. And that to me is one of the double edges of the human condition. If you are dogmatic and consistent and you're criticizing a creative product, that creates that actually even creates misinformation. It might even stunt growth in a different way. So yes, at the cost of potentially having people needing to renegotiate what a real human sounds like when they speak Japanese, they also acquired the skill many ways to look at Japanese in order to find out when they have a problem listening to someone, what's another way to remember it. So for myself, I owe my retention, I owe my vocabulary retention and my reading comprehension and kanji to video games. Because no, you don't need to constantly listen to the words in a specific order or a specific context in order to remember it. You can abstractly remember it in any way possible. Like when I say ki, what are you thinking right now? I'm thinking of a key in a tree as an image and kagi next to the kanji ki. And I'm also thinking the romaji. I'm also thinking Chinese. So all those things are unnatural ways. They're not considered natural ways of learning things to all the naturalistic people, right? Like it is not natural to speak a language while constantly translating in your head. It is not natural to waste time thinking about vocabulary when you're trying to form sentences in a specific language. I agree. Right? I agree. If the goal is that. But for myself, that doesn't come into play too often. So when I have to, I will practice those things. There is great value to bottom-up approaches. It leads to inventions. It leads to innovation. It leads to creative works. Top-down is science, and I'm gonna, hand wave this a little bit. I definitely understand being, like in biology, you want to understand something that is observable in the universe. Like, yes, that is very linguistic oriented. You observe things, you look at patterns. This is what I'm doing now. In fact, the most observable top-down approach that I'm doing is this very activity I'm doing right now. I look at the evidence, I look at the reviews, I look at the person's argument, and I observe as many things that either support or go against it. That's top-down approach. I'm describing Wagotabi and how it interacts with other people. In no way am I building any new novel concepts. The moment I start sharing my own opinions about what works, what doesn't work, the moment I start introducing archetypes and profiling and behavioral predictions, that's when I'm constructing new things from my building blocks. So I'm going up. I'm not going top down. I'm going wherever I am and I'm going up. That's a bottom up approach. Video games tend to start you from scratch and try to build you up. Go and play Talos Principle, for example. It builds a component and it keeps going up in its escalation. So there was this little conversation between the person. They were describing to learn a language, everyone learns the same according to the person, or has the potential to learn the same. I'm trying to be politically more correct or agreeable in wording. Most people have the same potential to learn. And what you have to do in order to learn is you take your existing knowledge and you add +1, right? You keep +1ing. You're constantly trying to encourage yourself to frame things that you already know with things that you don't know. Now, That's where the disagreement happens. That's where it becomes, it's different when you're observing something and that +1 is something that you're trying to explain that already exists, versus you're taking what you know and now you have to discover a new way to use what you know. Those are two different ways. And a lot of times, people who talk about video games, it's the second way, not the first way. Now, they do overlap, though. They do overlap because video games can be instructive in telling you, hey, did you notice that you could also do this? Right? But the thing is, the people who are making the video game are entering a creative process. They're not necessarily entering a reflection of realism. So like, oh, you know what? It would be unnatural for someone to put these pillars here with a 9-button combo combination to practice numbers, and then there will be like 3 doors to unlock, and then talk about how to decrypt this secret bag with these numbers and instructions that are only written in Japanese. Like, yeah, because they're creating it. They're showing you how you can apply the things implicitly while explicitly explaining the rules. That is a puzzle game. The person that criticized language learning apps is they want a game to capture reality and then use that as a vehicle to learn from the game. And yes, I agree with them when they mention Like a Dragon, because I do play Like a Dragon. I played all of those games in varying ways, actually. And I could say, oh, they serve as great examples. But they are inherently not creative. That's not the creative part about the game, but it makes for great references, right? You're observing casual conversation and a conversation, and you'll learn from absorbing that. But there are other aspects of the game that's like, as much as I love saying I like playing Like a Dragon because it's a win-win, I get to learn, candid conversations and native conversations in Japanese, but I also get to play a video game. Not everyone can jump off a helicopter and land on a truck, dodge a rocket launcher, and jump like halfway across the roof to do a drop kick on a boss. And yet, they still speak Japanese and stuff in that context. So, you gotta understand where to divide the game design with the language learning. Going to a game expecting something that isn't a game, expecting it to not be a game, is a personal projection, not constructive criticism, in my opinion. So the question is, does Wagotabi want to make it less and less of a game, or more and more of a game? That's up to them, obviously. Feedback. This person says, yeah, you have to be worried about feedback, because if you follow any form of feedback, any willy-nilly form of feedback, you can lead to a game that can be more of a disservice than not. The cyclic argument here is that very person's advice can make it a terrible game, right? So it's humorous, in my opinion, when you have a person who claims to be incredibly intelligent and then use words like always, any, completely, absolutely, never, because when they use that type of terminology, it also applies to them. Like, yeah, language learning is never about listening to AI voices. Okay. So the next time you ever consume anything from an AI voice, even if it's correct, it's not useful, right? Or here's another one where things like, oh yeah, explicit instruction is absolutely useless. Meanwhile, you spend your time trying to be explicit about why the game is bad. So that's the type of argument that happens all the time. It's like, oh hey, implicit learning is king. You should always try to play. You learn better when you're actually learning something, learning to do something. It's like, well, yes, if you learn unnatural things, you're learning something. In fact, when you learn something unnaturally or creatively, it's the one that sits the most because you're trying your hardest to understand something that's obtuse. And here's the irony in all of this. But the most unnatural thing about learning a target language is learning the target language. Not natural. It's not a natural thing. It only becomes natural when you practice it, right? So, constantly telling people like this is the natural way to learn a language is to be like here's even more digression. The most natural way to learn a language is to be something that you aren't naturally are, which is phenomenal in its cyclic nature. Again, this is not a counter argument. I'm not suggesting a counter argument to immersion and like comprehensible input or what have you. I'm making an observation about how funny the argument is, where you try to tell people that the most natural way to learn something is to create an environment and achieve an environment that you don't naturally already do or can bridge to doing. And then begin to criticize a video game that is doing just that, trying to bridge the habit formation and make the gap smaller. I'm not a linguist. I'm not a language learner. I feel that I've lived long enough to understand how habit formation works. So when people are talking about how they feel apprehensive, they feel like nervous and unmotivated or kind of worried, despite you saying it's completely so easy to do this, just trust you. And they continue to tell you, oh, but I've never experienced it this way. I'm always nervous. I'm worried. And Wagotabi team came out with something and they're like, oh yeah, you know what? I like this. It's encouraging me to do this. Like that tells you that whatever their habit formation that they have, this is closer to that, but +1. It is slightly outside of their comfort zone and they're forming a habit. If the gold standard is to shove someone into a habit that they can't sustain, then you can preach to the world how quickly you've learned a language and how you can maintain that habit, and you will have no friends or supports that would believe that you understand how other people learn and acquire the habits to learn to tackle language learning, right? Wagotabi has to take that into account. They are presenting a bridge between a video game and the habits required to be an appropriate language learner, right? To the necessity. So if constantly making it normal for people to use reference materials again, listening to things despite it being AI generated, constantly looking at puzzles or a different representation of a language that they're not familiar with, right? Different representations and ways to interact with the language kind of helps with the idea that they can have to think differently. Like, oh, did you notice that the noun can be somewhere else in a sentence? Well, if you literally do it unnaturally, it can produce that realization, intuitively or not. So these things are what factors in to why a product, in my opinion, can meet the expectations of people while also not providing the ideal situation for people who specialize in the area, because the person who specializes in the area may likely not be looking for those aspects. You didn't step back and observe video games. You stepped back and observed how you learned your language. And it's like, that's great. The next time you say that, tell people that you didn't learn with video games. Start with that, right? That is misinformation. That is incomplete information that otherwise this person claims they said. They only exchange relevant information, but they are unaware of all the other relevant information that person didn't share. For example, yes, you're a linguist and you're a language and you focus on language learning, but do you play video games? Do you design video games? Do you care about video games? Because honestly, the criticism that you had was very telling that no, you don't. And then you're saying, okay, well, that person mentioned video games. They played Like a Dragon and Space Carbo Telescope and stuff. It's like, but those are different video games. Now I'm applying the same logic that other person is doing. It's not the same. Dang, what a double standard now, is it? Right? If you highlight two different games that are designed remarkably different, also belonging to different genre, also have different contexts, right? Now I'm doing the same thing this person does, where they would pick the characteristics of natural language and pit it against a gamified version of the language. So if you wanted to treat it the same, then treat it the same. If you want to treat it different, then treat it differently. It's only the same out of convenience, and it's different out of convenience. So all the ways that you like something being realistic is held true while you think that's maintainable while also doing something else, right? I don't think Wagotabi is aiming to be like a dragon. I also don't think Wagotabi intended to draw comparisons to Carbo Space Telescope's approach. And like, I again am not a language learner. I did spend most of my life learning things though. Like, I don't think I spend one day not learning something new, and I can tell you now that all these things coexist. So not only is one not unanimously the best way to learn something, if it were the best way, then the other stuff don't exist. They tend not to exist. They get selected out. So despite going against like overwhelming evidence, this is the dialogue that happens a lot, in my opinion, in language learning. And now I've digressed way too hard. So let's go through some more stuff. So we have grammar and patterns. Now, why do I have different grammars and patterns? So grammar is often on the side of explicit nature. So grammar, we're just going to use the buzzword. It's a Genki textbook, right? We do Genki textbooks. And why do they choose Genki textbooks? English speaking. So if you're curious, I wrote this so that people know. The grammar is a Genki. It is English speaking. So when someone comes up and say, oh man, I really hate people who try to describe Japanese from an English speaking perspective. Why don't they just pretend like they're Japanese and then forget that they were ever English speakers? And then that's the natural way to learn. It's like, well, yes. If that is possible, they'll join you. If it's not, then know, for anyone who's interested in Wagotabi, that most of the grammar is from an English speaking perspective. So then in the future, when someone comes by and say, oh, what's the grammar like? Or what does the grammar content that Wagotabi has? And I feel like if I were to give if I were to be in open dialogue with Wagotabi's team, I would actually emphasize this, because then it leads to better optics. It leads to better optics. By the way, Wagotabi team, knockout. They are doing really, really well in how they phrase things and what they say on like the Steam page and on Discord and stuff, because they're very clear to not to be as explicit, ironically, explicit enough to target the correct audience. So this one person that I'm highlighting is because they are one of like 300 at this point, like one of 300 thoughts. So that's excellent. It's a, by the way, Wagotabi is hitting it out of the park in terms of first listing in Steam, because their optics are good. Their optics and their targeting is good. And I feel things like this, like when someone says something like, oh, you know, Genki textbook, it's English oriented, oh, it's so terrifying, it like triggers Japanese linguists, which I still feel like that's a stretch for whoever that person is, because they're not Japanese and they also live in Germany probably. The idea is, if you say it, then there's no surprise. So when someone says, oh yeah, man, they're using that second grade English reductive nature, you know, the snobbery, right? Second English perspective on Japanese, it's just a terrible, like suboptimal way of remembering grammar, because Japanese doesn't have conjugation. I'm quoting from that, paraphrasing from that person. Say, but this Genki textbook or these English speaking things make it so that they use the mechanic and association of conjugation in order to form associations, in order to facilitate the memorization or the retention and use of different forms in Japanese, right? When you're implicitly learning, you're forming associations. And where are you going to form the associations with? Things you already know. And those already know things will then develop into retention, and that retention leads to application. So if you're saying, oh, you just have to do the leap of logic, like this is how you're supposed to learn. Leap of logic is like, well, yes, that's one way. You can leap of logic into your Japanese only status somehow, right? But this is a bridge, by the way. This is what it means to be a bridge. And I think Wagotabi team didn't deny that. They really didn't. I would even say, if you want to remove all surprises and have even better optics, so that you don't attract someone who plays something for what it's not. Like, for example, oh man, someone coming to Wagotabi and saying, oh, I thought this was a Japanese language learning game for serious Japanese language learners who only wants to become Japanese in their lifetime. Then advertise it that way, right? And then in the future, you can say things like what Wagotabi team said. One of the things that they had to say is they never claimed that you become fluent in Japanese using their one tool. That doesn't stop them from trying. They didn't say they weren't going to try. They're going to try to make it as useful as possible. But they didn't claim those things. It's kind of very similar to the whole Duolingo thing and Wanikani thing and stuff. Like when your optics often can significantly impact your reception of your product, right? So for me, I think Wagotabi was outstanding. And now they can still add more things like, oh, hey guys, we use English-oriented grammar. English-speaking oriented grammar, right? And immediately then someone would say, oh man, this is garbage. I want a Japanese-friendly, Japanese linguistics perspective. And like, well, our game it clearly says that there that it doesn't. So I'm sorry, but that's a reading comprehension problem, right? Reading comprehension, which by the way, this very particular person likes to accuse other people of poor reading comprehension, right? I'm sure that's palpable in going both ways. But grammar, Genki English textbook. And then when I talk about pattern, one of the arguments oftentimes that you hear is the opposite, which Wagotabi doesn't have. Wagotabi technically has. And here's how it's done, right? They use the situation. They use situation to create patterns. So situation in terms of the conversation. Now, again, this type of thing only occurs, this comes to fruition a little bit later in the game, not in the beginning. However, they're going to solve that, they're going to try to accommodate that by creating a separate line for Kagawa Ken to be entirely conversational in the situation right away. And why is this considered pattern is because this is on the side of implicit learning. You notice a pattern instead of being told what the pattern is. So it still exists here. So now you have both. You can read the Genki English textbook lesson, which is presented to you before the level. So the lesson is introduced, right? The lesson is introduced. It has your Genki English oriented grammar, or you can skip all of that and just go into the conversation and then figure out the pattern yourself. And here's one compromise that they had to do in terms of the game's mechanics, right? You can try to design a game that takes freeform. So this does not have freeform. So I'll write something that it does not have. This is a very important topic. Right now, it does not take freeform input, which is another criticism that is brought up by people who are constantly portraying pattern recognition and pure implicit learning all the time, right? It's not freeform. However, because of its gamification, you can learn the patterns without learning the explanation. So what I mean by that is that's where you have word banks, which is about in the middle. Word banks. I'll put it in the middle here. Word banks. And maybe even like character depictions, like how many bubbles there are. The idea is you're limiting the number of correct answers. Because in a game, you could also trial and error out. And this particular person actually said that. They said that it's so prescriptional in the sense that that person had to trial and error their way out of a solution. So instead of taking it as a way to understand why did I have a problem with this, and then how could they change this or add additional flexibility in which to accommodate, that person decided to say skill issue to themselves. That's like, I'm being very blunt here, because the comment was they chose not to understand the choices that the Wagotabi team made in order to explain how to change it constructively. They decided to use it as commentary, as in they could not think the way it was designed, so therefore it's not worth their time and it's a waste of time for everyone else. Those are two very different ways to ignore problems or make you think like you know better. Like for myself, if I can't figure out something, I'm going to share an anecdote, right? There are most definitely, if you watch the stream, right? If you watch the record, there are 5 different situations where I sat there for like 20 minutes, straight up 20 minutes. I look at it and I'm thinking, okay, that doesn't work. Why is that there? Like, I don't understand. How do I phrase it so that watashi is here. Like, you could phrase it this way, but and it would still say the same thing, but it might not be natural, right? It might not be a natural way to say it, or it might be a more natural way to say it. I don't know. But what happened is it's not free formed. So what happens is you have a limited answer, but the question is, do you understand why they did it, and then be able to explain why it is unnatural so that the team can incorporate it in? That's constructive criticism. It's not, I don't understand it, therefore I use trial and error, right? Which is the benefit of this system. You can trial your error out and then learn from that trial and error. But instead, a person that's narrow-minded would choose to say it's the fault of the team, because despite learning a potential way to express the thing, they didn't bother remembering or seeing what it was. So that tells me it's a person who prefer to avoid any answers or potential solutions that disagree with them. They prefer to blame the people to not recognizing their own solutions. That is the difference between someone who is consistent versus someone who is creative, right? Someone who is constantly reliant on a gold standard versus someone who is versus a group that have varying requirements, right? And those are design choices. Now, if you wanted a video game that always obeys a gold standard, play a video game that's entirely linear, only uses the most realistic graphics, and only paints and tells a non-fictional story in the most painstaking detail possible, so that it is the most hyper-realistic and singular design whatsoever, and that person probably like that. Meanwhile, all I'm thinking is, I think I know how I would answer this, like with my Japanese that I know from listening to podcasts and manga, but what does the developer want me to say here? Because I am absolutely stumped. Like, and I sat there and I just kept doing it, switched it around, and here's one of the trade-offs for video game design. You can say what you want to go into a video game, but can you also say that you understand the scalability issue with freeform games? So for example, what are the trade-offs if you decide to do freeform? You might actually find that when you do freeform and you don't balance it, people might stray even further away from understanding something than not. And then it can also create a non-win situation, which is ironically like the person who trialed and errored and then refused to understand any of it because of arrogance and ego, instead of trying to understand what it makes it unnatural and then explaining why it's unnatural, right? And as a game, because progression. So oftentimes when you have an indie developer, especially people who do this part-time, in order to provide a freeform game in which you're trying to mirror real life, well, real life is every possible combination of expressing an answer to that question. Is that feasible and realistic and pragmatic for a learning game, right? A game mixed with learning. Well, it's not. And the funny thing is, the irony here is that person's solution is exactly, in my opinion, why certain apps in certain games limit the answer using a word bank. Because the odds are you are more likely, if you trial and error with limited numbers and you refuse to learn what it is, you will still at least be able to associate the limited number of answers in order to succeed. So it's a balancing act. If there wasn't any word bank, well, sure as heck, go to town. You can sit there and do the thing you want, continuously do the thing you want. Then what happens? well, you'll always answer the question the same way. You're not going to learn anything. You're going to learn even less from that too. Right? Personally, I'm not a communication expert. However, I believe my English and my English communication skills are fairly robust. I would say reasonably so. And I do this thing that I often talk about with other people, especially when it comes to learning another language. They often associate it with speaking different languages. But I code swap when I'm speaking English. At least 4 different code swapping situations. And it happens within a language because you are part of many environments, right? The environments create dictation, and then you can make even an argument. Japanese literally have that, right? Like as part of their core culture. That also exists in other cultures, but maybe not as rigidly conscientious as that. Like for example, if I step into a university setting, my diction and my code swapping occurs. It might not look like Japanese formal speech and casual speech, right? But that exists, and you can assume that. Now, the question is, when you decide on a video game and you decide that you have to balance between prescriptional and freeform, oftentimes freeform, and you don't have to use a language learning app to demonstrate this. When you're given freeform, people iterate on the same techniques because that's what specialization is. What's a great example of a freeform game? And bonus, it is a Japanese game series. Souls-like games. Souls-like games, despite giving and filling the game up with many different alternatives to playing the game, right? When you get to choose how you succeed, oftentimes when you take the history of that player, a vast majority of people will iterate on something they already know how to do. So when you're asking a game to try to encourage people to learn something, right, especially expand your language knowledge, I would say the person who constantly spiels the same type of criticism and echo and constantly keep on reductively suggesting the same theories, like immerse only, input only, constantly without exploring other things, sounds like a person who would require a limited answer pool in order to discover new ways of investigating things. It is through the combination of the two, right? So did I trial and error any time in the game? I haven't shared this yet. We were going to share this like maybe 2 hours later, right? It's already 11 p.m. but I love talking about this. So did I trial and error in Wagotabi? Yes and no. It was a combination of trial and error, and then asking myself with each guess that I'm trying to get closer, can I explain why I'm doing it? There's a difference between someone who absentmindedly trial and error because they don't agree with the principle of the matter, so they learn nothing. And then there's people who trial and error to quickly get to the answer so that they can look at the answer in order to learn something from it. And then there are people like me, I suppose, like whoever it is, raise up, give a thumbs up, I suppose, who at each guess, they will still continue to try to explain why that is the case. So there are, I don't have it highlighted, but there are 4 different instances. I specifically remember the ones that deal with complex nouns or complex modifiers for nouns, like when they introduce that concept. I sit there and I'm like, okay, this particle has to go here, right? So now I'm thinking these 3 things, but something's not right. Like if I put this here, what is that saying for me? And then it's wrong. And I'm like, okay, let's go back and think, okay, so if I place this here. What is that saying? That's a puzzle game. That's what puzzle games do. Now, a lot of times there's some flack that I think Wagotabi gets because Duolingo exists. Duolingo is not a puzzle game. So now you're thinking, well, what's the difference? You're just dragging, you're dragging the boxes around, right? And you're just forming a sentence. Like, it's not in isolation in Wagotabi. Duolingo is in isolation. And even then, if anyone has seen any of my Duolingo streams, I still don't study the Duolingo stuff in isolation. I try to create a narrative that Duolingo is trying to tell me in the themes. So at the end of the session and the lesson, I create a flowchart of how all the different prompts and all the vocabulary weave together in one paragraph. But in Wagotabi, that's already provided. So even if you're trial and erroring, which this person claimed, like it was so obtuse that they had to like just match and because it's an unnatural answer, but you also can guess and contextualize things because it's in a dialogue setting, right? So it's more than that. There's still implicit learning despite having a limited number of answers. And it's to the point where it is so much easier to listen to when you have a lesson, it prompts the lesson, and in the next area, all they're going to do is talk about that situation. So even the dialogue becomes to the point like you're already primed. Like, so in Okayama-ken, when they start speaking in the context of your lessons, you're already primed for it. So the lessons is, here's a cat, dog, horse, and cow, right? And you walk into the area, it's like, oh, now they're using all the vocabulary, like all the words and stuff, but you have all the keywords. So like, oh, okay, this person's saying something about a cow. It's like, oh, that's water. So it must be talking about giving the cow some water. And it's like, oh, hey, water is important because you got to feed, you got to make sure your animals are well hydrated, right? Those are the things that lead to building up, like you're building up stuff. So it's not on a continuum. A lot of times people would make it a lot easier. Like, for example, can you form this sentence? And then now, can you form this sentence longer? Well, in this case, it's more like, okay, we have a limited number of vocabulary. How many different ways can we use this vocabulary in different situations so that you have a collective knowledge or a collective iteration of that character, or like the character use, right? No, that also means that with every new collective way of viewing that character, your language acquisition isn't increasing, right? Because according to language acquisition, you have to be able to say more, right? So if you learn what a cow is, and then they tell you like the interaction of water with cow, you still know what water is, you still know what cow is. It might not be a language acquisition in that way, it's not linear in that way, but one of the things that you can measure is, well, you certainly found a lot of different ways to utilize the same vocabulary. Whether it's natural or not, it's certainly a different way to look at it. And one of the things that I really like, that I champion as a personal opinion, is in my opinion, one of the contentious, debatable gold standards to the creative thinking process in the problem solving critical thinking is willing someone and exposing someone to how you can figure yourself out of a box. So the less out of the box you get, and the more out of the box you get, the more consternation you feel, right? So when someone trials and errors out of a example and decides, yeah, it sucks, I'm just gonna ignore it, I'm not gonna understand why I disagree with it. I'm not gonna explain how I disagree with it. You're not. You're absolutely learning nothing. Like, there's nothing you're learning. That's by default. So that's something to look out for, in my opinion, for other people. If you don't like this type of style, and you just choose to ignore it, then you're basically spending empty calories and you're spending empty money. You're not getting value when you're choosing to rely on the safe design, like the design out, right? This is a user. Much more user forward dependency. Trial and error is great when it's available, and it's certainly up to you to decide whether you want to explain why you were subjected to trial and error or not, right? The idea is the Wagotabi team wants you to at least be able to see what their correct answer is. And in the future, maybe they'll incorporate new things for freeform. And there is on the horizon. For now, though, there isn't a freeform answering mechanic. They already wrote something about writing full sentences. So stay tuned. Stay tuned, right? And it might be in a limited capacity. I think the theme is balance. If it becomes freeform, if they introduce freeform, it's not going to be entirely freeform. If something else works, at least in my opinion, I think that's beautiful. It's what makes video games. When you think something works, you could decide the entire game be that way. So then it becomes a hardcore game. It becomes a serious gamer game. And oftentimes, serious hardcore games are incredibly specialized, and the people who love those games absolutely love those games. The people who don't absolutely hate those games. It's a double-edged sword. It's that snobbery that makes someone cite an incredibly niche game, right? As an example, as a gold standard to strive for, and yet that niche game contradicts the majority of the design of the game they're criticizing, right? This is a casual forward game. This is an entry game. It's a bridging game. The intent is to get people excited to test out many different habits that are involved in language learning. And I think that is a great advertisement for the Wagotabi team. If somewhere on their Steam page, in my opinion, said this is a journey, this is a language learning game. It's a game designed to help people participate in the different ways that you can learn Japanese. Because in my opinion, when you have a game that's targeted towards beginners or like people who don't have a frame of reference, the biggest selling point, in my opinion, oftentimes is how accessible it is. And there is language like that, by the way. Wagotabi team's page does have like highlighting accessibility and whatnot. And the idea is that there is something to like about the game. And you want to develop, if not all of these habits. In my opinion, personally, I'm a bit greedy when it comes to skill development. I'm not greedy when it comes to specializing. So I don't constantly tell myself, well, the amount of time I'm spending reading a dictionary, I could be listening to a podcast and learning actual relevant vocabulary. I'm not also that guy that says, oh, this game is teaching me this vocabulary, but I'll never use it, so there's no point to it. That's not me. So as a personal talking point, I'm the person who's more greedy about what are the different ways. So I like video games. That's what makes Wagotabi resonate with me. Like, Give me more, Wagotabi team. Give me more ways to interact. Get like at the consternation of some people, even the casual audience. If you have writing tests, I'm all for it. Like I got my pen ready, I got my stylus. Get people to write kanji. That's fine. Like that's cool. That's a selfish request, by the way. Don't take it too seriously. Or like speech, right? Mic input. Do it. Like that's kind of the Duolingo way for some to some extent. Duolingo also does the other thing where it expands to all the languages. So whatever they have working, they try to expand to languages because it's about wanting to be interested in language learning, not necessarily mastering languages. It's being open to constantly being exposed to multiple languages. So they laterally expand. Wagotabi is not. It's focusing specifically on Japanese and it's localizing the stuff, which was the other complaint by the clearly German speaker because they speak German. But localizing also means progress has to be made, right? Like you still have to try to localize them. It's comical when someone communicates and criticizes the limitations of English in capturing Japanese stuff for a game that's targeted towards English speakers, but also trying to target other people who uses English as a common language a lot of times, to say that that person cares about language and its relationship with each other, especially linguistics. Like I love listening to linguists like talk about things that are like abstractions and trying to find relationships. The last thing I've ever heard, usually by very successful linguistic linguists, is that they hate the idea that it shouldn't be worth your time trying to understand language, the relationship of languages, right? So sorry, but I'm not sorry about that. I think linguists are awesome. Like they think of things and relationships that makes video games less engaging. Like it would be really fun. Like hear me out. Courtesy to the Wagotabi team. I understand you can't be the expert of everything, but this game doesn't necessarily capture the linguistics, like the attraction of linguistics, and I totally get that. And it because of that, it also doesn't attract. It's not attractive to someone who specializes in linguistics, but is also unfilling and unempathetic to language learners or language learning, right? Despite claiming to have a focus on language learning, so learning in general. So if it manages to capture that, like say the reason why I'm saying with all due respect to Wagotabi team, because I don't necessarily think any of the four or the person who's writing and designing, they themselves are linguistic experts, but they're reliant on the feedback of everyone else, which is wonderful. And it's a selfish request that maybe they'll end up coming in contact with some really influential linguistic people, and then those people introduce ideas on how to gamify that enthusiasm that I always see when someone says, hey, did you know that, because Wagotabi, by the way, Wagotabi's goal is to introduce Japanese culture, so all the trivia and stuff tend to be revolving around Japanese culture, right? Traveling around sites and stuff, they try to weave it in as much as possible, and it's usually presented in English because it's a little bit complicated for the introduction. However, occasionally, if there was like an opportunity, it would be really cool to say, hey, did you notice that this character's name means this? There are a few of them, by the way. There are a few of them, like Okayama, right? Okayama was mentioned Oka and Yama are two different things, right? And they say like, did you notice that the name for this also means this? And then did you connect it with the environment that it might be? That's the type of like linguistic, or like hey, this used to be, there are some in the grammar section where this used to be like normal but is now not normal because of this story about something. I listened to what's his name? Takahashi, I think it's Takeshi. Takeshi, I think his name is Takeshi too. And I keep forgetting his last name, Ito or something. He talks about Japanese, but he also talks about it in cultural sense. So like when he takes up a word, right? He talks about a word like the origin of sama, right? That kind of stuff is really fun as well, and it can possibly fit into Wagotabi, but I'm not saying it should. It's something to consider, and that would give you the element of like a linguist, or maybe like a etymology, you know, in imparting some etymology and whatnot. That's obviously icing. They're already doing quite a lot of things. You didn't get the old lady though? Really? Coffers out of 80 polls? I actually got I got Makoto. It took me 90 polls to get Makoto. So I actually failed the 50-50 coffers. And then I got it in the next 10 polls. But I got 5 copies of the old lady. And she sets up Makoto. So I don't know about you. He got like the opposite. I got so many copies of her. She's very useful. Anyways, let's see. Okay, let's quickly go over stuff here. So generated. Now we get into another complicated topic that gets overgeneralized, right? And the truth is, it's in the middle. And hear me out. It's in the middle. Wagotabi has curated AI voices. And it's been a topic all over the Discord. It comes up, I mean, like, hats off to Amaterasu and Izanagi, right? They have to answer this question constantly because there's this very trendy way of reductively generalizing generative AI voices over and over again at the expense of not understanding how scaling works, or like being so entitled that scaling is never a consideration. So when people talk about like, oh yeah, does this game have generated voices? Well, I'm not playing a game that has generated voices or AI content. Like scalability. Now, scalability has often been stigmatized now in trending areas because the overrepresentation of scaling, addressing the scaling issue, has been in abuse often, a negligence, or a neglect, or exploitation perhaps of generative AI. In this case, I want to vocally voice, like give a reiteration to a Wagotabi team's defense. It's a curated AI voice samples. So what does that mean? It's in between. They have people who curate if something is brought up. So you start with the foundation of answering the scalability problem by using these samples. And then over time, it's curated and refined consistently over and over again, right? Now, there are purists who would say, well, it sounds too robotic. It's like, well, that's fair. But is it accurate enough? When something is progressively curated, it is still accurate. Like, and what I mean by this is, I've been using Hanzihiro for some time now. Hanzihiro is completely voice generated. It has a developing team of 2 people. And whenever something pops up, someone says it, right? Someone pops up, they would say something and they would regenerate it. And that's how feedback works in the community, right? At some point, despite it sounding robotic, right? You know how, and we're gonna get into another aspect of robotic uh voices. It means like it sounds nearly identical, right? Constantly, and it kind of sounds a little bit like patchwork, right? But the thing is, you can also cluster those patterns in your head. It's to the point where when you curate a pool with the breadth of the entire sample, right? You're using human oversight to address a scalability problem, but that human oversight is creating a sufficient representation of what you need to hear for. In fact, oftentimes when people have discussions about curating an automated process, that leads to people listening to those things. So if you're not actively thinking about that and you're just going to write it off as like, oh, it's not useful until it becomes useful to you, then that's perfectly fine. But what I can tell you is it's in between. What is considered a native voice is communicated to the curating of AI voices. So it is a mix of the two. While the generation of the sample is AI, which, for the record, what comes with generated AI? Consistency. And what I mean is one of the characteristics of how the sound is very robotic is because there is only a limited number of iterations of specific generators, and they repeat on the dime. Like gozaimasu, right? Gozaimasu, right? Constant, gozaimasu, and then zaimasu over and over again. That creates that really recognizable, in my opinion, chunky patchwork like phrasing, but it is consistent. Now the question is, because it's curated, it also is double checked for at least relative pitch. So despite having like ups and downs and patchwork, as far as I heard, it is robotic, but it has the correct relative pitch. And it is confirmed to my suspicions are confirmed that when a problem is raised, they curate and they dive. So they selectively manually dive to correct the voice things. And again, it's not in the game now, but there has been talk of people, their willingness to like get someone to read out all the dialogue in the game. There's over like 500, I think that's what they said, 500 to 600, oh no, over 1,000, I think now, of exchange dialogue. So if they can find someone to read that, that's great. But hear me out. That person has to be consistent, right? They have to be consistent. And they also have to somehow represent the statistical average of what someone thinks is a native speaker. You might be thinking, oh yeah, people will say if they can hear a native speaker, they will accept it. It's like, no, that's not true. I can't tell you how often someone would say, wow, this sounds like a generated AI voice, because or like, wow, this sounds like a really sloppy reading of this thing. It's like, it must not be a native speaker. And it ends up sometimes being the way the native speaker speaks. Like, I mean, I don't have to say too much, but you're probably listening to this and you're an English speaker. When was the last time you listened to an English speaker and it's like, oh yeah, that is the perfect English accent. That is absolutely perfect. Everyone should sound like this in English. Like, well, here's the tough thing. In Japan, I mean, like, if you like the Japanese language, Japan doesn't sound like that either. Japanese people don't represent a gold standard of each other all the time. So you still have the trade-off of consistency. So yes, it's really great with native voice, but native voice it's hard to know. Like, I think it's a bit, because of how the curation process works, I think it's kind of hard to know if they brute force a native read here and there with the voice output, because the equalizer, the volume equalizer and stuff, that gives away its automation process. So that's something, it's there. So if you don't like it, I mean, hear me out. You can mute the game. In fact, if I can see it now, Wagotabi team could say, hey, you know what? In our settings, we can even advise people to turn off the audio. And you can just play the game by reading. The nice thing about Wagotabi, wait, but hear me out. There is a couple situations, sorry, a little bit of a spoiler. There is a couple of situations that now they're doing is audio only. There are one instance that it's audio only. So in the future, they might have to consider which way they go about it. But in most cases, if you completely mute it, you can still read the entire game. So you can just choose to that. In fact, I've encountered a bunch of people who said, oh yeah, I use Duolingo and I always play it on mute. Or I always use it on mute. And I'm like, okay, that is certainly your prerogative, because their prerogative was they only wanted to read, right? Read and that's the choice, right? For myself, I have enough experience, I would say, like for myself, to know that despite AI generated voices, if they are curated and have relative pitch, tonation things, and motor adjustments, right? Because I speak English, so I change both motor, pitch, and volume at will. Like, my speaking is incredibly dynamic. At least I like to think it is incredibly dynamic, and also my body language, because I'm more forward in communication than the competency in language, right? You can still do a lot with a little in a language when you are a communications forward person, right? And I feel Wagotabi goes with that perspective, a lean towards that perspective a little bit more than the latter perspective. You can have 10,000 vocabulary words, but it's very different than sounding elegant and utilitarian and dynamic with 1,000 vocabulary words. In fact, I talked about this quite a bit when someone asked me about my English competence, right? I think most of the time in this very session, I think I use maybe 20 to 30% of my vocabulary. A lot of times the vocabulary that I don't access is due to code switching. The other 20 or 30% that kind of overlaps are Gen Z, Gen Alpha lingo and stuff, that different phrasing, different words. Like, I'm in kind of like lecture and observational mode right now. I do not sound like this most of the time when I'm learning something or engaging in something emotionally. And then if I'm lecturing and giving seminars, or if I'm writing and typing, those require a substantial non-overlapping amount of vocabulary words. So that to me is a great demonstration that, yeah, you can most definitely sound elegant and dynamic and communicative without having a very high volume. It's a cup of tea. You did 20 more polls and got 2 copies of the Old Lady. Nice. Old Lady's good. Old Lady is likely going to set up stuff more than Makoto actually in the future. Covers. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Man, I am really terrible with time today. I thought I was going to be brief. So now we have ease and progressiveness. We kind of touched upon this. So how does ease and progressiveness work? I think for me, progression for Wagotabi is concept based. So there's obvious modular theme design, and that's how progression works. It's concept based. So if it's about weather, the next couple of things are going to be about weather, and that's where the how progressive it is, right? It's a here's a new thing. It's not like it's less I+1. A lot of times it's less I+1 when it comes to this, so less this. Basically, what is an I+1? If you know how to say like legs, right? You could describe what this word is that you need to discover by saying it has 4 legs, and then show you an image, and then you would associate whatever like word they're showing. It's like, oh, this must mean horse. That's an I+1 situation. Alternatively, like they could show you a bunch of ways to say about, and then here's about in this situation, here's about in this situation, but you don't know it's about yet. You just read like 4 different sentences and you see this thing show up. It's like, I wonder what that means. The thing that connects all of these things is the context of about, right? So their progression is concept based. It's modular, which is like Duolingo, right? In a theme. When it comes to ease, oh, I guess I should put ease. So it's more like this way around. So right, modular and progressive. So this would be somewhere here. So it's conceptually modular, and it's primed. Most things are primed in ease, and they're primed explicitly, right? We already talked about explicit up there. Largely. Now, in terms of progression, how does progression work? When they go towards progression, it's largely game mechanics focused. So what's a fun way to make it harder mechanically? How is it harder to make it mechanically harder, right? Go, hey, well, now you already know all the numbers. What's another way to get you to use all the numbers? Oh, phone numbers. It's like, okay, what about phone numbers needing it to be spelled out in kana, as opposed to phone numbers using Roman Arabic numbers, right? So that's kind of how the progression works. That can be considered as a side progressive thing. A lot of times, other progressive things are I+1 situations, where you're using your existing knowledge and you're learning, you're implicitly developing the new concept with the previous concept. Less of that at the moment. So there's no discovery process in interactions. So it's not through interactions that you learn. So that's what I mean by ease and progressive. Oftentimes when things are progressive, right? Maybe this is going to be more of an opinion for myself. Progressive things are where you discover things through interaction. There are some of that, but it's not necessarily due to the language aspect. It's due to the game aspect, the game mechanics. Like you discovered, like, oh, there are hidden paths, or oh, you discovered you can take this item and interact with another item, right? So this progressive is usually discovered through discovery through interactions, right? And there are some of that, but not necessarily for the language part. It's more of a game mechanic, right? And then the rest is, and the reason why it's ease is because the concept of ease is meaning how passive or the information is presented to you. first. And then with that information, it eases into what you need to learn. Progressive would be throw someone in the middle of a desert and then let them survive and let them discover through how they can survive in the desert by like maybe trial and error. If they suck, you know, they don't like progress. If they like to do that trial and error thing, they can do it. Or they take all as many context clues with no, like, it's a sink or swim situation, right? You put whatever you know together and you have to discover all the interactions yourself, right? And usually when people talk about the gold standard for language learning, they're really referring to a progressive state, like a progressive overload state, the I+1, right? Versus ease, which is you're primed to think certain things, and then because of that prime, you're already ready to be successful, right? It's more ease than thinking about like implicit progression. And then lastly, we have the coup de grace in most arguments of language learning. And that is the native content versus creative gamification, right? And on the native side, an example in Wagotabi is they try to focus on talking about Japanese culture. So, Japanese culture, especially geography, visiting. So it's themed around travel, and as well as introduce conversation, right? That is what they do, conversation, right? Hajimemashite, right? Hai. Wakarimashita, right? And then they switch between, they constantly switch between formal and informal based on the context, right? If you're talking to a kid, it's usually the casual voice, right? Like suru, and then you go to shita when you are talking to someone older than you, like a I don't know, kanoko, kinoko sensei, right? And then you have san, kun, chan, you know, that's as close, that's their pledge to create native content, right? The naturalistic thing. The other stuff we've already addressed up here, which is separate to voice, that's not going to be in it, right? So in the creative gamification stuff, that's where that comes up. Scalability requires AI like their scalability would then incorporate AI voice, because you're gonna get someone saying lots of things, and that requires the scalability for gamification, right? Maybe there's someone out there who loves saying the same thing over and over again, or saying it over raw, like, because when you say hi, you say like hajimemashite, yoroshiku onegai shimasu. In a specific context, it will sound different than after you had a really long discussion with someone and then you're like yoroshiku, right? So they would have to say and read those lines over and over again and perform the lines. So that's why gamification can alleviate some of these things. Gamification gives you you throw that caution a little bit to the wind, right? When you're playing a game like a Dragon, for example, the Like a Dragon series, every single utterance of a word is not the same take, is a separate take every time, because contextually they will have ups and downs in their pitch. There are slowing and increasing relative to the things. Like they can they can say an entire sentence with the same mora, but the whole sentence overall is faster than a previous one. You know, when someone's running, they would have other things, right? Other idiosyncrasies. But because of scaling, AI voice is being used, right? Otherwise, they would need a performance by someone. Because I think one thing that is not stressed enough about actors, that voice actors are also actors, right? I think I read something around the way where there's some really famously known known for their voice acting, that share a bit of this insight, that in order to make voice acting sound great, there's also acting involved. So when you're thinking about reading like these lines and stuff, when they have someone read these lines, it has to also perform the lines. But here's the thing about gamification. Sometimes when you do certain gamification, it can be very difficult to act. And I'm gonna be real with you, it can come off as even less natural then as well. So oftentimes gamification, not only is it a scaling problem, it might also be a performance problem. Like, when was the last time you saw a game that was written to portray a story versus a game using language to just portray game mechanics? So it's kind of like the difference between someone saying "yeah" over and over again. You know, you do a couple bits like "yeah" and "huh" and stuff, and then that's it. And then that sample will be mirrored onto sound effects, right? And then you have someone having to say, you know, eto over and over again. But each eto is different, because when you're doing like eto, there are subtle differences in the performance. But gamification kind of allows you to suspend your disbelief a little bit. So AI voice can be very appropriate for it, because what happens when you take a box, for example? So we have the word boxes, right? Creative gamification, because we have word banks. Now, think about how this is going to work when you have a word bank and you have a voice actor, right? You have an actor. Do you're going to need the actor to voice the entire line when it's complete, but you also need the actor to say all the words separately, because when you click on the words, they say the words, right? So do you want them to only say the entire line performed as the entire line, or do you want also the functionality of every time you're gamifying something to have like ni, ichi, hachi, right? Or do you want them to sound like they're saying an entire phone number series, right? Like when I say a phone number, it would be like, I don't know, 720, 720, or like 119 8180, versus, what did I say? 720 119 8280. You have to say all those things and every combination of them in order to have the words and stuff be consistent with the quality. And that takes a lot of resources. And games, and you're wondering like, okay, well, yeah, but other video games don't have that problem. It's because they don't do this. That's not their game. So when you're talking about like, oh yeah, why can't Wagotabi be like a dragon? It's like a dragon scripted. That's the strength of scripted dialogue. You're not pulling words back and forth, and you're not asking for freeform responses. Like a dragon, you don't have freeform responses. It's not part of the game. It's not part of the gamification. The part of the game is you hear performed scripted dialogue instead of situational, episodic answer response things, right? In fact, I love Like a Dragon a lot, but when you try to do what Wagotabi does and pass it off as a choice matters game, it becomes devastatingly unsuccessful. Like, imagine if Baldur's Gate 3 decided that that the best way to experience a game is to use freeform responses. Like, Baldur's Gate 3, Lorien, the reason why I'm using Lorien Games as an example is because they probably quintessentially has come the closest, in my opinion, like the absolute gold standard of trying to script, write, create a dialogue web that makes it almost feel like free form concepts, but you're still technically not manipulating the language. Like, I can't even imagine what it would be like when someone says up to you, is like, hey, you should always use native speakers. Like, you should always use voice actors because your game is teaching language. So you should hire someone who's willing to sit there and generate millions and millions of sample, and you should pay for it too. I'm not paying for it. I just thought, like, this is how you need to, right? And my first thought is, man, I would love for someone who actually enjoys doing that, first and foremost, because voice, actors are still actors. They're human beings, by the way. So honestly, when someone is self-entitled and snobby about a game development, they keep consuming people's products, but they complain about it over and over again because they want their products to be different. They want products that they can't make themselves, and speak like an entitled person, a self-entitled person, keeps saying things like, oh, I just want everything. And then haven't even considered the idea, like, so if you think it feels very cringy, annoying to do the same sentence over and over again, but you also don't have enough time to teach people how to say the same things over and over again and whatnot, imagine what it's like to make it possible for what you're saying. You want a human being who openly wants to spend their time, right? And I'm not saying there aren't any human beings out there. I would absolutely applaud someone who believes their vision of their acting abilities is to create and read all the words that are in a game separately in many different ways, so that when you interact with the voice, it feels like it doesn't sound robotic or disjointed. And then find a clever way, if you can't do that, find a clever way where, regardless of what way you arrange the words, it will be voiced as though it was natural. And that, to me, is what Lorien Games did, but all the responses are still scripted, right? Like, the actors have to be able to know what is their emotion. Like, if you want natural responses in a game that have choices, right? This is like I want the cake and eat it, and also I want an extra cake and I don't want to have to make the cake and still eat it and still have the cake situation, where someone thinks, oh, okay, I want this game who allows me to enter any single possible combination, write any single combination, overwrite any single combination, and also all those lines should be voiced in native speech so that I have all of the enrichment I can have, while because that's the only way the game can be good. That's what idealism is, and that's what I criticize oftentimes when people write reviews nowadays. Specialists and people who are so ingrained in always operating at the optimal, best, gold standard situations, or whatever they believe is the gold standard, speak and criticize constantly from an idealistic standpoint. They rarely ever consider how realistic that is. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, hear me out. I made this joke. If the Wagotabi team wants me, like, if they want a gaikokujin, right? Gaikokujin just botching, like sounding like an English accent Japanese for one of the NPCs, I'm there. Give me some lines. I'll do it. But even for me, who don't know a lot of Japanese, I wouldn't want to read, like, I like reading things and talking. Like I've talked for like 3 hours straight now, right? I wouldn't want to sit there, in my opinion, and read each word and try to imagine all the combinations of sentences that I have to be responsible for and how that changes up the natural feeling. What you're going to end up getting is something kind of like an AI voice, where someone is going to try to be as monotone as possible so that it fits many situations. In reality, in my opinion, there are a couple games that have done this before, where the performer is going to try to neutralize and normalize everything. And also the Wagotabi team will have to write in a very neutral stance, because if there's emoting and emotional language involved, they would require someone to perform those things in order to avoid someone criticizing that, wow, these guys really suck at reading lines. Like, holy crap, like, why is this so void of emotions? Oh, because there are conceptual limitations. Like, if you want someone to have choice, the people have to act out and do those things, right? And in Lorien game situation, especially Like a Dragon, which I absolutely love, by the way. Like a Dragon's like my bread and butter. I like it because it's scripted. That's what makes it native content. That's what makes it great. Try not to compare, which is what this person did. Oh, they also compared Ace Attorney as well. That's scripted. That stuff is scripted. It's not a bottom up. You're not building something off of it. You're top downing. That's the environment that they're in. That's how they can act. That's how they scale, right? When an actor has given a top down approach, they can act and speak and do that. Now imagine trying to do that when you have broken sentences and sentences that can be rearranged in any way. Would you, like, in my opinion is, would you like to sit there and even a limited word bank, right? When you use a limited word bank, at least you can Lorien games it, where they would arrange like 4 different responses, right? Without the choice. 4 different complete sentence responses, and you click on the right answer. That's not how Wagotabi is designed, is it? It's designed so that you can construct sentences at least to a limited extent, or even to a complete extent, right? In the future. But that also requires that there be leeway in how sentences, sounds, and stuff are strung together. Because a human being, it would be tiresome and nearly impractical for a actor to sit there and say, well, okay, now I've gotten these 30 words, okay? So how can I read these 30 words in different ways so that they reflect what the sentence says? Like, it could be the difference between aya and aya. Sorry, that was a Chinese joke. But even when it's the same word, an actor would have to know what it is in order for it to sound natural, right? So yeah, pardon me when you start talking about areas of development that you're not cognizant of. I'm saying all of this, and I'm not even a voice actor, in my opinion. And I'm saying most of this because I focus on, like, my bias is communication. That person's bias, it helped inform me about all these things. So I can talk about all these things because they had a different focus. But now it's, I will do the same. The things that they don't focus on are the things I focus on. So while I'm acknowledging all their criticisms or trying to encompass their criticisms, because I don't think I think they're very important, but they're not as priority for me. Now I'm thinking about communication. When you think about communication and habit formation, Wagotabi is a slam dunk in the way they're approaching it. Because in the future, I can't even imagine if they try to create a standard. So games, especially live service games, when you set a standard for your own game, you have to keep that consistent for the remaining life cycle of the game. So if I had to think about it and sit down with like the Wagotabi team, right? And their first idea is like, oh yeah, let's just hire an actor and go balls to the walls in getting this actor to do all these things. Then you start thinking, dude, we have to make another prefecture. And it's been a year since we've been with that voice actor. Should we hire a new voice actor? Or should we get that voice actor back? And then it's like, oh no, we made a mistake. Like we need to add a new thing. Should we call that voice actor again, or that actor again, and then retape this? That is what I think about when I think about human resources. If you're thinking about people who are actually making these things, that is absurd how much work that is. It might sound trivial to someone who says, well, it's easy, right? You mean it's as easy as AI voice? Like what I mean is, the irony a lot of times when people think about voice acting or acting in general and creating products, in my opinion, is that they don't create products themselves at all or in any way. They consume products most of the time, right? They iterate on consumption of products. And this goes hand in hand with someone who's not creative. If you're a specialist, you don't necessarily have to keep on creating and thinking about scalability issues. You've already built all your investments into one thing. So, or into a very limited amount of things. So you don't have to expand or recreate scalability. You don't have to address scalability problems most of the time. In this case, it goes hand in hand. If someone who's likely to criticize AI voice for being artificial and still want their game to be consistent, right? It's their product to be consistent. But then when they go and try to do that and realize, no, we need something consistent and a product that can do the consistency, they might end up realizing that, yeah, there's a fundamental, unfortunate, pragmatic problem when it comes to this type of thing. And then when, to me, that would likely stop that person from making a comment, in my opinion, an asinine comment, like comparing a game's predominant game loop that is predicated on piecemealing vocabulary words and sentence construction to a game that is nearly 99.9% scripted. Right? Like, have you ever read a script before where they only give you, like, I don't know if someone who always listens to native content, who thinks that everything that they learn and everything that they hear has to be a complete idea, have ever attended an improvisational class before? Like, have you ever stepped into a debate that you don't spend all your time keyboard warrioring yourself so that you can have the internet at your expense? Have you gone to an improvisational class before? Because in my opinion, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you that natural language is incredibly dynamic to a fault. Like, it's so dynamic that it's wonderful and you need a lot of it, like tons of natural input. Like, communication skills are so difficult, in my opinion, because it's not necessarily about its quality and its consistency. It's more about its dynamics and its holistic nature. So a little bit like language learning. Part of learning and listening to natural language and people talking is also reinforcing a lot of the foundations of communication. Communication happens when you spend time using it, right? You record yourself, you listen to yourself. How often do you pause? What's your body language like? What's your volume like? What does your face look like when you're talking? And then how does that affect your volume? Like when I shrug my shoulders, my pitch actually goes up a little bit. So all of that is internalized, right? And it happens really often in an improvisational class. So if you're having a conversation with someone and you're thinking you're really smart and you're really good at language and you're typing all these things, well, step into an improvisational class. In an improvisational class, oftentimes they'll give you topics of which you are not an expert in, right? Or they'll give you an unnatural situation that is foreseeably can be normalized, and you have to be able to describe it, talk about it. What does your voice sounds like? What does your voice sound like then? Right? Is it dynamic enough? Do you have enough exposure in which you can speak about it without like your oohs and ums and your blanking things? So I agree that in order to get a start on native language, right, to normalize and get a good start on language acquisition, you gotta keep listening to people. Go out, talk, speak, listen, because it is highly inconsistent, incredibly inconsistent. And Japanese is kind of nice because I would say it's a little bit more consistent because 99.9% of Japanese speakers are still in Japan. And in that way, it's still kind of still more consistent. Then this person, start talking. They focus on language learning. Well, it's not the same for English. That's an incredibly myopic way of saying that what you can do for whatever language you have, maybe German, and then suddenly say, oh, well, you can do this for Japanese, and then someone who learns English can do that for Japanese. It's like, no, English is not done that way. I'm sorry. Right? So when someone says, oh, the correct way to learn a language is the correct way of the people who principally speak it, like with those people who principally speak it don't have the perspective that encompasses whatever they don't speak. So it's a mixed bag. It's a combination of the two. So is there a place for AI generated word bank gamification stuff to address a scalability issue? I like to think humans are smart enough to be able to integrate and bridge those things as long as they're aware of it. So yes, I think it's very valuable that someone who's snobby and narcissistic and maybe super specialized and talented in language learning and linguistics raise these concerns, because what Wagotabi team is going to attempt to do is to balance these things. Maybe they'll have a cutscene. Who knows? Like, hear me out. Big brain, like not really big brain, but more like reiterating existing brain. Maybe some of the prefecture events will have scripted dialogue, like long scripted dialogue. You might be thinking, nah, they're not going to do that. They already did it, sort of. And this is going to be the one spoiler. Okay, well, maybe I won't spoil this. But imagine a situation where you don't go sentence to sentence. You hear someone talk to another person and they exchange like later down the road. We're talking about like Prefecture 5 or Prefecture 6 or something. You hear it, So to Speak kind of did this, by the way. So to Speak, the other game that I played, where you hear a conversation happen entirety and then you answer a question or fill a question out on it. That's something Wagotabi hasn't done yet too much. where the conversation is always one line at a time. It's an answer response, answer response. So that's also a good thing to write here. So it's usually answer response one at a time, right? So you say something, they say something, you say something, they say something. Sometimes they say a little bit more, but there hasn't been a like you're standing there. There are a few examples though, like don't get me wrong, it's not all, but there are other ways where you would stand there. In one very specific case, you stand there and you just listen. You're looking at the dialogue box, right? And you're overhearing their conversation. And those things are scripted. So if those get vocalized, they can be performed with the native speaker. And those things will stay. And that's cost effective as well. And that's also convenient for the humans that are involved. Like maybe there's a set piece in the future. The dialogue, like when you reach the next grandmaster, they'll have like a long dialogue, and they'll hire someone or hire two people who talk back and forth to give you like a feeling of a conversation, and that dialogue doesn't change, right? There's no like flexibility or in that dialogue, and those are the situations, and there are plenty of situations throughout Wagotabi where you can have those, and that's where they can do something to add to the stuff, but it won't be 100%, right? And I think that's a practice in diminished return. It will be really appreciated to people who already like Wagotabi. As in, there's a little of this, there's a little column from column A, column B, column C, column D, and then anyone who's like, no, all natural all the time, go play Like a Dragon. And hear me out, there's other problems with Like a Dragon. If you don't like organized crime, you can't play Like a Dragon. So go play Persona. If you don't like high school things and paranormal, you can't play Persona. But they have different problems, right? They have different niche problems. And Wagotabi has other ones. Comparing them, constantly comparing apples and oranges because you cherry picked the people who are critical cherry pick two things without seeing the bigger picture, like how they're connected, is the very same reason why they believe it's the same logic that applies to learning a language in a void without its context, right? It still leads to that. So I think it's really funny that the logic that that person employs somehow is not a logic that they like. They use a logic that they deploy for an argument in English that displays that they didn't understand how they learn a language in the first place. So you constantly argue about complex situations as though it's reductively simple, while advocating that learning a new language require that you understand the complexity of the whole in order to start teasing apart its nuances. I think that's funny how that double standard speaks for itself. Cherry pick through data and compare apples and oranges comparison, while saying that you understand Japanese by learning through context and the bigger picture and making in context juxtaposition. Well, comparing Like a Dragon to Wagotabi is not that. It is very, very erroneously, almost ridiculous when I reflect upon how absurd that comparison is, especially Ace Attorney. Like comparing Wagotabi to Ace Attorney, dang. Maybe when Ace Attorney allows you to have freeform dialogue and then ask the developers, if you can type in whatever you want as a response, and then expect that it is completely read out by a actor, right? By an actor, ask them how they would solve that problem, you know? And if it's throw money at it, then you kind of get, it kind of speaks for itself. The example speaks for itself. We're talking about 4 really passionate people. Like, obviously, I'm being a little biased here. 4 passionate people on their spare time. They themselves are probably not actors themselves, but they could do it themselves. That also means that they would be sacrificing almost all of their other times, to do this. I think it's a big thing to consider. So, in terms of content, it's largely gamification. And how do you do gamification? Mechanics, right? It's mechanics forward. Right here. Mechanics. So, here, I can't wait till we start doing like describing pictures. I can see it now. Describing pictures. So they'll flash up like, a horse, right? Like a horse, uma. So uma, and the horse has 5 legs on it. And you have to describe what's wrong with the image. It has 1 extra leg. It can go anywhere. A gamification allows you to go anywhere, to use things in unnatural situations. When are you gonna use that horse has 5 legs? That's the problem. When are you gonna say that? You're gonna say that in a video game? Are you gonna say that outside? I hope not. That's kind of weird, seeing a horse with 5 legs, but maybe it's a thing. And that's what we're talking about here. Content is creative when it comes to a video game. Now, they can still give trivia, right? They did advertise they're talking about trivia. So they will talk about Japan, right? The fart book, the author that makes a fart, like wrote about the farts, that's a real thing. So those things are fun, right? They can still continue to do that. When it comes to applying the language, it can be as creative as the gamification allows. And are people smart enough to understand that there are no such thing as 5 horse legs? I think so. And are people able to understand that what they're trying to teach is how to say legs and horse in a sentence? Yes. Now, will people know that typically 5 is not associated with the number of legs when you're talking about a horse? Probably not. Right? Like, you go out and you listen to someone speaking naturally at a ranch, they're not going to say, man, that horse has 5 legs. Right? So you still have to do all of that, for sure. I wanted to highlight that there is definitely a different mindset between creatively making game situations versus like abstraction and game situations versus a hyper focusing on realism that is being substituted for native speech. So native content is as realistic as the framework, actually. Like, I'm gonna be real. The English situation is a great example, a great counter example, even, to someone who goes around preaching that you only reference native material. Like, if you want Japanese to continuously being a niche, a niche language that is upheld by 99.9 people in Japan, and then you force everyone who wants to speak Japanese to live in Japan, then yes, you have achieved your goal. As far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, humbly so, as an English, like sharing English with a lot of people, um, it is very, very difficult when you start thinking about the impact of a language that people want to learn all the time, or lots of people. Like if you want people to learn a language, being snobby and creating more and more conditions, yes, it does affect your emotions. It does create resistance. I think someone who is incredibly narcissistic can rule out that despite being told by other people that how they feel, right? So this person, in my opinion, spent most of their time denying that there are different levels of entry to the motivation and habit formation of people. That if you embrace the gold standard, you will somehow always feel the same. Now, I can agree to some extent. I can concede to the idea that most people have the same potential to learn, but they most definitely won't ever commonly, not even in the neighborhood, have the same emotional capacities when starting a language. I think it takes a lot of arrogance and narcissism to think that you can predict and attempt to even gaslight how people will feel doing something. Language acquisition, if you acquire language, that's great. That's like an endpoint, right? That's something that can be objectively measured. How someone will feel after they acquire that language is not up to your prediction. It's so telling of how unpassionate or uncompassionate. Sorry, uncompassionate. Very passionate, probably, but like inconsiderate your comments are, right? When you would say that your learning does not involve your emotions, that is somehow very funny for someone who can appreciate native language. A natural language is very emotional, and having it scalable is absurd, but we still try to do it. So, yes, I agree for sure. Communication, if you want to improve your communication, you got to listen to a lot of people. I don't care what language you learn. Like, I think part of language learning involves communication, right? So even despite all this Wagotabi thing, I at least try to understand, in my opinion, the constraints that the Wagotabi team has versus what the ideal case is. First and foremost, if I had to be super ad hominem argument, someone who writes those comments and who responds those comments did not speak to a lot of different types of people, because their communication style and their communication skill is incredibly inappropriate for who they claim they are. So if you are a professional and you spend a lot of time in an educated environment, an intellectual environment, that is not reflected in your ability to communicate agreeably and rationally without constantly sounding like you're trying to gaslight someone because you don't feel any emotional baggage, but other people do, and you write their emotional baggage and emotional problems as though they don't exist because you know better. That to me is someone who, despite maybe listening to a lot of native Japanese speaking, fail to comprehend the nuances of natural language and the Japanese communication style, right? What you said publicly, in my opinion, hypercritically, ad hominemly, is very inappropriate for someone who thinks they understand culture and how natural language presents itself. Because, in my opinion, that English you used might not be communicating what you intend. And if English is your more acquired language, right? Like more rehearsed language, I can only imagine what your Japanese is like, in my opinion, personally. Like, not a bad thing, not a good thing. You can certainly hang out with all the people around. You can select for all the people that speak like you. You know, gather yourself into an echo chamber, groupthink your way through victory. That's a happy life. It's a potential happy life. Meanwhile, other people, right, in my opinion, those who are outside who are trying to accommodate and be empathetic and compassionate in their design and stuff, they take feedback. They say thank you for your criticism, and then you double down on belittling and speaking indirectly, condescending them, right? That to me is someone who says like, yeah, I know, I'm right, I'm the best. And you could help them out. Why don't you go read some lines for them, right? You must be really good at Japanese by now. Go read some lines. I'm terrible at Japanese, and I'll still read some lines for Wagotabi. Like, I could be Paul in Wagotabi and say like, Ohayo gozaimasu. Like, I could do that. I'm okay with that. I know where I started, and I'm still inclined because I think what they're doing is awesome. Okay, so let's add some quick archetypes. So we need to add some archetypes here, and then I'll go for like another hour. I have so many thoughts. Sorry. I'm so invested in this. Let's see. What color did we ended up using? So we covered lots of the major aspects of what the game has to offer, right? I don't expect people to find this very useful. I'm sorry, but I hope the Wagotabi team is okay with this. But like for me to use their game as like a talking topic about habit formation and communication skills, but I don't think people will find this very useful in terms of like the TLDR and whatnot. Maybe I'll try to be more TLDR-y in the future. The longer I spend playing something and investing in something, the more I have to say, right? Okay, so let's do our archetypes. We'll do like speed round. Usually the archetype part, I already explained a lot of the archetype part. So, some keywords. The archetypes, as a disclaimer, archetypes are profiles. They're a hypothetical averaging of associated behavior patterns. They're not to represent any specific person. Specific people are used for me to develop these archetypes. So, no, I'm not referring to any singular person, more like the more common associations, right? So, here's some buzzwords and I'll highlight where they are in this continuum, right? So, if you identify with some of these classifications, with these categorizations, then it might be a pro or a con, okay? So first, I want to mark the Wagotabi team right now. Oh, I should make them different colors, huh? Let's make them primary colors. So the Wagotabi team. Whoa. So the Wagotabi team, right? In red. Where are they on this continuum? And then that will give you like a quicker scale of, hey, if this is this and this is this, you may like it, you may not like it. This is to provide some informed decision. So now we're going into subjectivity territory. A lot of subjectivity. So I think the Wagotabi team is striking a balance between implicit and explicit. So if you're into implicit learning, half the time you're gonna be disappointed, right? That's how it's going about, right? It's half and half. So if you're anywhere on the left and the right, then you're gonna have some friction, right? That's kind of. And then when it comes to creativity and consistent, I think it leans further. Here, let me have it. They lean further towards creativity, right? So many of the things I say, so there will be inconsistency. There will likely be inconsistency in the experience. So if you're someone who's saying variety is the spice of life, Wagotabi. If you're saying, oh no, but I just want to drill vocabulary, why can't I have my favorite mode be the main mode? Probably not for you. There's not going to be enough of it, right? If you really like the matching game or the kana mini game, right? It's not going to be the sole focus of something. It's a variety, it's a spice of life. If you liked the content or like the theme of the previous game, like the previous puzzle, the next puzzle is not going to be the same. It's rarely going to be the same puzzle. It might be an iteration of the same puzzle to bring it forward, but the new puzzles are going to be something likely to be very different. So you may or may not, like, if your mindset is that you want a consistent gaming experience, like a consistent experience when it comes to like the creative process, like the mechanics and whatnot, probably not for you, because you have to do a lot of things. You have to use a flick keyboard. You have to they make it as accessible as possible, but you're trying to engage in a lot of things. That's what they're catering towards, right? And then when it comes to grammar and patterns, I would say it's still relatively over to the grammar side. So they want to provide explicit grammars, and they even advertise that. Like, hey guys, our next one, we're working on the next prefecture. More grammar is going to be tackled in the next feature. Look forward to. And then when they update, they talk about the grammar that they're trying to instill in that area, right? It's explicit instead of completely relying on pattern situation. It's still lean towards, hey, we should get people to get used to grammar, right? Get used to grammar. And that's kind of what I like about, like, it's one of the things I like about Wagotabi. I haven't gotten to my opinions yet, but I like that because I don't have a focus on grammar, which makes me like that other person. I'm not crucifying Wagotabi for showing that, because that's something I can learn now. I can read the grammar. Like, I actually, low-key, yesterday, I basically just flipped through the book of the grammar concepts. Because it's in there. I haven't looked at the grammar concepts in a while. And it's not like I don't maybe not know it, because when I'm reading sentences and I'm listening to people, I already, like, I can understand where those words would go, right? You don't necessarily have to know grammar, but it's there. And it's the thing that's a little bit more forward in Wagotabi. The reason why I mentioned this is because on the flip side, there are people who find grammar really boring. They rather prefer you to show an example, like 20 different examples, and then they know, like, oh, okay, this is where ni goes, right? This is where yo goes. This is where ka goes, right? That's another way to go about it. And grammar could be very boring. So if you bought a game and Wagotabi keeps throwing grammar in your face, and you're like, oh man, I don't need this grammar. This stuff is useless. It's something worth considering, right? And then, of course, when it comes to AI, the present state is resource constraints, conceptual constraints, and stuff. Oh, actually, I lied. It's kind of like over here. Because they are still curating. They're making sure there's human oversight and community feedback, constant community feedback, to modify and correct any thing that is egregious, right? Like wrong pitch accent or like mispronunciation, like not a pitch accent problem or pitchiness or like a natural thing, but more like a mispronunciation, misascribing. The community is incredibly friendly. Wagotabi team is incredible, in my opinion. For what I constantly see is just two people reading the stuff. They correct things. In fact, the person that was critical, they corrected that too. I talked about that yesterday. They removed ie to refer to the no theater biru, right? Instead of using biru or introducing biru. I think biru gets introduced way later, so that was their tackle. Biru actually get introduced in the next to last location outside of the castle. So they could retroactively put in biru in a different place, but again, game design, right? So they took it out. I also talked about omise yesterday, about omise using for a restaurant instead of like restaurant, right? Just lots of personal preferences, right? Anyways, I don't even want to talk about the regional differences. Like, are they in the future going to account for regional differences? Like when they go to Osaka, right? If they end up going to Osaka, are they going to use Kansai? I don't know. If they go to Kanto, are they going to do that? Or they go to Okinawa, are they going to introduce the dialect? So that's wild. And then you would have to find a voice actor for that. So suspension of disbelief, right? Scaling. And then we have progressive and ease. Absolutely. Most of the time, I think it leans towards ease. So we're talking about a lean towards ease, but it might not hold true for the rest. For now, it's still lean towards easing. So you get primes, you feel comfortable. I think most of the time, 90 to 95% of the time, that conceptual modularity aids you so far into the future. Like it gets to the point where that's what, in my opinion, Duolingo is somewhat missing. Duolingo gives you like one sentence on the top where the theme is, and then you have to impart all those things. But Wagotabi does it for you. And in a way, this might sound a little oxymoronic a little bit. In a way, that also might hinder you. And what does that mean? If a lot of things are provided for you, right? Ease. This is the why progressive theory, like the idea of 1 plus I plus 1 and stuff, is kind of more attractive, is because it encourages someone to be active and attentive. The more ease you add to something, the more passive the activity can end up becoming. It's not that you're guaranteed to be passive, right? For example, if you're not using your imagination to try to solve a problem, it's less memorable and you've learned less, right? That's the whole like ease versus difficulty thing. But the idea is it has to be sufficiently easy enough with some overhead that when it gets hard, the noise doesn't cause someone to stop. That's very different from what I'm going to talk about later, different perspectives, right? This is, in my opinion, the Wagotabi, my understanding vicariously of the Wagotabi goals. I'm not in like communication with the team or anything. This is my subjective take on where I think their priorities are. And if you are going to get into this game, and if difficulty and progressive overloading your comprehension and whatnot is a thing, like you thrive in having to figure everything out, this might not also be for you. It's a consideration, right? And then we have creativity, gamification versus native content. Absolutely, the priority is probably over here, but quite strong gamification. And that is the target audience as well. The target audience love the idea that they're constantly engaging with different things. And because of that, it comes with all the different things that make gamification not representative of native content. Oftentimes people suggests that video games can never represent native content. And logistically, I would say yes, because there are gaming limitations. That's what I'm focusing on. There are gamification limitations. If you want to make a game of life, they are in principle incongruous with each other. It's kind of like if you ask this hypothetical person, this is actually the person I'm talking to. If they say, what is a great game? The most realistic game. And then my first comment is, I don't think people think that's a game. Right? So there are fundamental and like contradictions in that. A hyper realistic game can become fundamentally hypocritical and self-contradictory. There's a substantial, I would even argue, more majority people who believe that a video game is more of a game than it is a realistic portrayal. Even those who think that they really want realistic games, most of their game examples are not realistic. So if we're talking about language learning now, how far does that go? Like, if you want to make a game that's incredibly realistic, move to Japan. Like, if you think video games are deliberately by design supposed to be a capture of the realistic thing, move to Japan. Go and have a real journey. Go and journey through. And then now you're wondering, well, don't you just sound like everyone else who, like, what if you can't afford to go to Japan? What if you can't afford? Exactly. What if you're learning Japanese, but you don't have any plans to move to Japan? What if you like the video games that come out of Japan, but you only want to interact with people who like those video games? There's so many ways to make a counter argument. Because a lot of times the people who say native only and all the time, you only need one counterexample to break their things. I don't have to worry about arguing Wagotabi because look at this. They're, in my opinion, even based on these characteristics, they're kind of somewhere in the middle with a little bit of lean, because the theme is they're balancing things. It's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. If you, in my opinion, now I sound like that other person. If you cater to someone who solely gives responses and criticisms on a all or none basis, I think to me, that makes for a very niche product. And if that is your goal, if the Wagotabi team wants to only cater to a small audience that is hardcore, go for it. Make that the basis of your design. To me, I don't think that's who they are. In fact, the way they communicate and talk on Discord, it gives me an excellent example that no, they're more like the crowd pleasers. And yes, they will produce a middle of the road thing for many things. But that's kind of, you know, very poetically language learning. Is that not it? Like, I mean, the last time I remembered someone who's incredibly an expert in linguistics is not the person you commonly meet and talk to each day. And having perfect accent is like only for the exclusive people. I mean, if you want to be an influencer, sure, go get your perfect accent. I don't know what that means, but go get your perfect accent. Tell the world that you're the best at everything, and you can be someone that incredulously and unapologetically influence a bunch of people to be insecure about their speaking. In my opinion, I think it's a professional courtesy, and also it requires a professional integrity to make it aware that, or stay aware that if you're pushing off standards that are extraordinary, if you understand that you are extraordinary, and then you make a precedence that everyone else should also adhere to that, I think that person, I hope, would also take the responsibility of eliminating and excluding everyone who doesn't make the cut. Because for me, I'm kind of on Wagotabi's side here. At least my impressions. I want to include as many people as possible. Being criticized, the constructive criticism hope to include more people, to bridge more enthusiasm, not eliminate and prescribe and exclude because only serious people can learn Japanese, which brings us to our next category. This one comes up even well before Wagotabi. And actually, there's a really, I guess, a person who's really well known. Not as well known as like the people that I feel are gold standards, like Dogen and stuff. But there's a little well-known guy who like actually reviewed Wagotabi, and they mentioned a word that is kind of becoming my trigger word. And that's the word serious. So if you're a serious language learner, if you're a serious Japanese language learner, or Japanese learner, that is the next archetype that is so rampant. And it's tossed around so trivially nowadays. Like a derogatory term, or like some sort of like, not serious being derogatory, but not serious. So anything else. It's such a elitist now term. Like, hey guys, I mean, I'm sorry, I gotta be honest. Like, if you're like a serious Japanese language learner, I can't recommend this. So we'll use that archetype. I'm not talking about, again, I'm not talking about any particular person. This is the expectations. So if you identify somewhat, not entirely or entirely, as a serious Japanese language learner, this is how it aligns relative to Wagotabi's thing, okay? A serious language learner is over here. So you're gonna spend half your time being a little upset, probably. And a serious language learner is gonna be over here. This is hardcore. Remember, serious means hardcore. So let's add some more buzzwords. Actually, serious is the best buzzword. I don't think language learners ever say hardcore or non-casual. They usually just say serious, right? So, and then absolutely pattern, right? Absolutely native all the time. Absolutely all progressive. Hardcores tend to be extreme, right? They have no compromise. And then native. So if you look at this, how far apart, if you're a person who identifies yourself as quote unquote that stereotypical serious Japanese language learner, this product is probably not for you. It's not going to target you. And if you happen to be like a mix, if you're saying, oh, I'm a serious language learner, but I also kind of agree with Wagotabi's thing, like I'm okay that I'm in between. I like Wagotabi's impression of implicit and explicit approach. You might be a serious language learner that kind of likes the game more than other serious language learners. I think the prototypic language learner requires these things. So the more serious you are, the more likely that overall it's a L. It's a big L, right? Because you can see that at most cases, Wagotabi does not line up with a hardcore, the need for a hardcore Japanese learner. Now, we're not talking about skills or competence. We're talking about mindset and expectations. So, a serious language learner could be someone who's just starting. The idea is what they think is serious is not going to line up with Wagotabi. right? So like if you're taking something serious, what does a serious Japanese language learner typically do? They buy 3 Genki books. They upload Yomitan. Every single waking hour, they will be farming and sentence mining. Every kind of content that they have that's native only. So they'll obviously have Yomitan. And then maybe like Boom Pro integration. A couple of Genki textbooks on hand. A dictionary, preferably a carbon copy dictionary. And every waking hour, every free hour, they redo all of their stuff, their content and their free hours with Japanese language learning. If that sounds like you, and if that sounds like a prototypic hypothetical serious Japanese language learner, there it is. A serious Japanese language learner might throw in some SRS, but probably not. Which, by the way, SRS is the basis of the repetition in the system. Oh, I forgot to add SRS here. What up? Ease. Ease? SRS. SRS system. Oh, and probably mini games. Forgot about mini games. Don't want to highlighting those things. Right? So they might sprinkle in some SRS, but probably not. Just like reading books, graded readers, what have you. Right? None of that is in here, by the way. Wagotabi does not have a form of graded reading. That's the progressive state, right? The progressive state. That's graded reading. You're not reading to discover new things. You're reading to test things. And then when you're trying to apply them, they're in the form of puzzles and game mechanics. So it reinforces that context, but it reinforces the meaning of those things, but in a different use case, as opposed to discovering new meanings attached to the language, right? And then, so it's far more retention based. It's far more retention based. Oh, I forgot to do retention and exposure. That's the other concept that comes up a lot, where people will emphasize, well, it's acquisition. Acquisition typically deals with exposure and learning, so encoding for the short term. That's hyper emphasized over retention, which is output, constant output, consistent output, and in order to form retention. So in disproportionate amount of time is done for output versus input, right? So that's another thing. We won't touch upon that. So there you go. If you're someone who gets a buzzword, like you're listening to a content creator right now, right, that says, oh yeah, like I can't recommend this because serious Japanese language learners should just pass on this. They're not going to get too much out of it. I absolutely agree. Like prototypically, I absolutely agree. They're likely in a stage in their, like the average, quote unquote, someone who's capable of becoming a serious Japanese language learner, they've already reached a point in where they're in an intermediate state. It's rare to find beginners who are serious because of how human condition works, but they do exist. I just used an example that was rare. The most common is that they are already intermediate. And when you're already intermediate, you're requiring implicit learning. That's what Wagotabi is trying to do. They start explicit and go to implicit as a way to grow with the person. So you're going from 0 to that intermediate state. So that's why they're in the middle right now. If you only played the first prefecture, it's going to feel like you're on training wheels. Then there's less training wheels in the second one. And then the third one, maybe there's no more training wheels. And then I will reevaluate that on the third prefecture, right? For now, though, implicit learning is for a serious Japanese language learner because lightly, statistically, they're going to be intermediate. And they're already learning through comprehensibility, right? So this game has a lot of pedantic redundancies. All the explicit natures, all the dictionary, all the reference material, you're already over that. So it's not a bad or a good thing. It's just not for you. If you're a serious language learner, you don't need the reference material anymore. You already have your reference material. So anything that the game adds, like the explanation for grammar, it's not necessary. You don't need that anymore. Sometimes you don't even think the grammar is appropriate. Like you don't even need to know the grammar anymore. You internalized it, right? And creativity, you're done with creativity. You know what works and you want to get results, right? You spent so much time getting results that you want to stay consistent with the things that work now. If you have to learn a new system, have to learn new ways to interact with content you already understand, that's a waste of time. So serious Japanese language learners, steer clear. If you're watching a content creator that keeps saying, "Oh, you're not learning very much from here. Oh, I don't get what's the point of this. Oh," and that's a serious Japanese language learner. They're probably already intermediate. I technically should consider myself as a serious Japanese language. I'll reveal my thoughts soon because it's the last step. But mine, I'm not learning Japanese for the sake of learning Japanese, so there'll be some stipulations. But here you are. So probably not highly recommended if what I just described sounds like you, right? Or at least partial. Now we have beginner. So this is contentious because it's the difference between, so let's say beginner. I think though usually beginner is the word, and we're just gonna use beginner. There's other words that are kind of tangentially related. So the beginner, right? This is from zero. I think another popular phrase would be from zero. And from zero is really quick, very quick. And it explains how Wagotabi typically strikes this balance. From zero, on average, is straight down the middle. Because if you're from zero, truly from zero, beginner, you have no idea what you're looking for. And what is Wagotabi team trying to do? There are going to be slightly things that you want to add and subtract, but Wagotabi team is way closer in the middle to the beginner from zero than anywhere else. If you slap down the middle, you're like, I have no idea. Does implicit, explicit work? Straight down the middle. In fact, there's a little bit modification, but if you're truly a beginner from zero, you shouldn't know the answer to any of these things. So straight down the middle. And that's why the Wagotabi team's game is far more targeted towards a beginner. Now we're talking about a beginner learner. So a beginner language learner already. So they have a pre-selection. Now there's more than that. There is a hobbyist. So now we have a hobbyist. It's not technically the buzzword. The buzzword is hobby, right? Or in other words, casual. And to me, this is where Wagotabi wins, right? It's usually they don't mind being implicit or explicit, right? And they prefer more casual on this side of things because you're experimenting, you're a hobbyist, you're dabbling, you're getting the lay of the land. And then oftentimes the hobbyist is a little bit catered towards grammar side of things, because in the nature of a hobbyist, I think I'm willing to even stack it on top of here, because nowadays the social norm for dabbling in things is to be more informed. So a hobbyist who dabbles in things, they prefer to be more informed than needing to figure something out yet. They don't know if they're willing to invest in the things. So they prefer to read about things, especially adults. Like, when was the last time you read about the most effective way of language learning instead of language learning? If you're language learning right now, you're a serious Japanese language learner. You're basically just doing the thing and finding the patterns instead of spending a lot of time looking at the most optimal way of learning a language without actually participating in language learning, right? So that's what a hobbyist is. They spend a little bit more time from the norm investigating, getting informed. A beginner from zero have no idea whether it's informed or not. Like, they're just trying to find something to stick with. But if you're a hobbyist, you're more informed than you think. Right? Because you try to be informed. Like learning about a new wave of theories, but not actually doing it. Like, for example, I talk about Boom Pro, but I haven't actually used Boom Pro yet. Right? But I will use Boom Pro at some point. But the idea is I'm collecting a lot of information. Right? So I can consider myself somewhat of a hobbyist. And then for native stuff, this is where the hobbyist kind of falls short because AI is a limited thing. And a hobbyist is actually going to go a little bit towards the native side because they understand the importance of it. But they're not all the way to the left because they can appreciate the scaling problems still. And that's where you get most of the people who say, oh yeah, I understand that they can't do this. I'd rather have AI voice than not at all, right? Or sometimes like, well, sometimes it can be hard, so I can deal with it, right? That's one of the things. It's kind of like wishful thinking. Hobbyists tend to be a wishful thinking. Like, oh, wouldn't it be great if they were able to, if the Wagotabi team would be able to, right? When you're a beginner, you actually have no idea if it's AI voice or native in the sense of how useful it is, right? So you can't possibly think of that. At least I think. And then when it comes to hobbyists, you're gonna lean, right? You're gonna start leaning towards this side. Which, hear me out, because remember that Wagotabi is gonna be shifting. So I'll talk about predictions in the future. But native, and in terms of this, it would be obviously a hobbyist would be pretty much in the middle, honestly. Sometimes a hobbyist, I'm gonna say it's kind of a toss up here. So we're gonna put the hobbyist in the middle. Like, it's good to have both. Like, so give me gamification, give me native content. More is great, right? It's a hobby. More is great. Let's find more things. So if you can see, this is where like Wagotabi lands. A hobbyist, it caters to hobbyists and beginners. And what I mean by that is, I'm not talking about that serious Japanese language learner that's telling me now, like, yeah, but if you learn with Wagotabi, you're gonna develop bad habits that I understand that is not reflexive of native content because I'm a serious Japanese. I agree. Again, I agree that the people who learn this way will probably have to also adjust again in the future. Either they decide to discard the information from Wagotabi or use it to understand that if Wagotabi did not exist, they'd never become a serious Japanese language learner. Right? That's what we call the bridge. Bridge, variety, right? Bridge, variety, and balance. You don't know these things yet. Even a hobbyist rarely go from the center. A serious person has very polar results. They know what they want. They know, and I often emphasize that. Someone asked me like, "What's the greatest earlier today? What's the greatest thing that improved your language learning progress?" Knowing why and how, and then constantly focusing on knowing why and how as you're learning. Eventually, you end up being in these situations because they're gold standards. Like, I'm not ignoring the fact that they're not gold standards for a specific goal. And I will explain my goals in a bit, right? And I think this covers a lot of things. I want to give one nod to the other extreme. The other extreme is what I'm going to call the gamer. And we're talking about the gamer who wants to learn something, not the gamer who wants to play a game. And what is the gamer going to do? They're absolutely 100% explicit. They must know all the right answers so they always get the right answer. Always. They have to have all the capacity to get the right answer at all times because it feels bad to be wrong. Okay? It has to be as creative as possible because the moment you stop engaging in them, they're going to hate the game. If there's a lull point, that's going to be the main reason they write a negative review. If the game is not from 0 to 100, super engaging, and you're constantly doing different things, you're going to lose their attention. That is a gamer who's also wanting to learn something. In terms of grammar, grammar is snooze fest. It's always here. Pattern recognition. To heck with explaining. Only doing. Right? Only doing. And then when it comes to generated and native, they could care less. Like, it's serviceable. You know, more action, more things, less yapping. And then ease. Oh, this is contentious, but when it comes to learning things, it has to be as easy as possible. Duolingo. It has to be as easy as possible. Right, Duolingo, I'm actually mapping out Duolingo's profile here, but I won't write as Duolingo. This is yeah, and then creative as possible because, you know, gamification that's what the target audience is for gamification. It's gamer, right? And you can see that if you're a gamer, this will probably not be for you either. It's kind of okay. It's semi-okay, right? Like, this is fine, not so fine, but you have like 4-ish out of the 6. So even a gamer, so when you look at the comments in the review, you're gonna see that a lot of people who are from 0, who are hobbyists, will also mention the gamery aspect. Like, oh yeah, I remember when we watched Pokemon, and this reminds me of that Pokemon aspect. Oh, that little, like, I love clicking and like it's satisfying to do that. It overlaps. So you can easily be more than one of these categories. You can be a gamer who likes the creative aspect and the ease because it's necessary, but you're a hobbyist when it comes to needing some native voice. You wish it had some native voice, right? This is how I view the world, by the way. This is how I view things. I don't know if anyone does this often, but this is the Likert. It's kind of like a Likert way of doing things, and that's like psychology 101. So if you've gone to a psychology class, this is to provide more resolution. So instead of saying, oh, it sucks because it doesn't have grammar, when in fact it does have some grammar, it's not it doesn't have grammar or it does have grammar. It's more like it has some grammar. So to place it relatively on a Likert scale or fake Likert scale, because I have no numbers, right? This is how I orient and organize all my thoughts. So when I'm gonna write a product, right? I haven't published anything in a very long time, and I analyze data and I have to present the data and understand, like, where do I distribute my resources and how do I manage things and how do I summarize things. This is what I'm thinking of. So when someone provides, like, make an argument against me, or talk about certain things, I map it out sort of like this, or pie charts or something, where it helps me orient and see if there is any corollary patterns that I can use to best optimize my presentation. So, like, if you're asking me, how do I present a video or a game that would cater to both serious Japanese language learners and beginner Japanese language learners, I would consider something in between them, right? And then on these things, I haven't explained any of these things, right? Because I don't have a product. But the products, the green, where they're listed, you would double down on those, basically. Like, I would create a bunch of ideas that would lean towards one of these characteristics. And if you get that feedback, you would lean towards them. So you start organizing, oh, what are the features of our game that leans towards these things? And what are the features that take away from these things or go away from these things or support a different thing? And then you would have an organized way of saying, oh, I see, so that's working, let's throw some more on this end and hopefully mitigate this thing. So how do we increase creativity without making it feel like it's less consistent, right? There are ways to try to gain both, but oftentimes when you have contrasting things, it's great to know like what you're gaining and losing at the same time as well. There are also synergistic models, but we're not using synergistic models because the internet doesn't prioritize on that. They usually think about zeros and ones. You're either with us or against us. So this is how I'm orienting it. So now I've collected a bunch of examples. So now I'm going to share my own, right? And this is my own perspective of the current state. So this is the current state of Wagotabi, the Steam launch of Wagotabi 1.0, right? So this is me. And this is also, you can do this exercise as well if you want, because this is a real person. Like, me is a real person, right? Unlike these guys. So all these are hypothetical. Even Wagotabi is hypothetical, right? I don't know the Wagotabi team. I did not ask what their perspectives are. I don't know who the quintessential serious Japanese language. Remember, these are not real people, right? These are archetypes that have associated behavioral standards. So things that are likely to be associated with each other. And for me, honestly, I'm a little bit I'm here when it comes to my ideal engagement in terms of implicit and explicit. I like a more implicit for a game type like this, right? It brings me greater joy and pleasure. That doesn't mean it's bad. I learn to understand what works in the game, right? But for me personally, implicit language learning is like, I agree with that guy a lot of times. Does it make it sound like I say Wagotabi is the worst game ever and it's like not worth investing because it's just fundamentally wrong and completely wrong in a way that it can hurt people and teach people the wrong? No, I don't. I don't speak that extreme. Like, but I do prefer something that is different from Wagotabi's current direction. However, again, there's a wild card, so we'll get to the wild card afterwards. When it comes to like creativity and stuff in video games, I'm all the way over here. I'm with the gamers. And then when it comes to grammar, I'm all the way over here. I'm in the pattern section. I like grammar, don't get me wrong. Like, what I mean is I found myself reading because it's refreshing. But if I'm gonna decide on something, it's often pattern recognition. Like right now, what I'm doing here is exactly what I do every single day. I observe something, I try to like culminated, organize the information, and that's me. If you don't give me any grammar, no context, like no like pattern explainer, I will try to find a pattern in it, right? That's how deck builders work. While deck builders mechanically give you keywords to bring them together, it's still, if they didn't have any keywords, you can still find the interactions yourself, right? That is me in a nutshell. So the most rewarding aspect is most definitely pattern recognition. That's what also makes me a gamer, right? That's why I kind of line up as a gamer. And then when it comes to generated thing, I'm in the middle. It's irrelevant to me. In the sense of I can make this work or I can make this work. I have no preference. I believe that logistically there are ways, and basically what Wagotabi is kind of trying to strike. In fact, because it's a video game, I would probably lean closer to what Wagotabi team is doing, which is curating AI voices. Because of scalability, it's a balance between the two. The human oversight is me, so I can still oversee optimizing something that is scalable, right? And then for ease, I'm like, without a doubt, I'm on the progressive side. Like, I'm not on the gamer side, and usually this is where whenever I play a video game, this is the major talking topic between gamers of today, the postmodern gamer of today versus me. I'm an old hat, and I'm a product of pattern recognition, which happens to be something gamers do really well. But their depiction of difficulty when it comes to learning. So when you're learning something, that's when the dissonance happens. And this story right here, between right here and right here, is my first 5 years of streaming. My first 5 years of streaming was to try to demonstrate to gamers that their ability to understand patterns and intuit patterns can be applied to progressive learning. Like, they can transcend and use that to apply to their learning, like their critical thinking and problem solving skills. But that was an uphill battle, and it's a failed battle. Obviously, most people still find it incredibly unpopular. They think I'm making things up. They think that I'm making a big deal out of nothing, because games are to be enjoyed, not games to be meaningful. You don't learn how to think and solve problems using games. You learn and think using when you're working and going to school, but you don't learn and think progressively in video games. But in language learning, you can still do that, and I'm still doing it today. I still play Like a Dragon games, right? I love Like a Dragon games. We're gonna play Persona games at the end of the year, and I'm still going to try to do that, because video games are... Formal education taught me a lot of things, but it is the synthesis of playing video games, like doing this type of thing, like even content creation now, and formal education that created a thinker. So I'm still gonna continue to try to do this. Wagotabi is the reason why I like Wagotabi. Wagotabi is trying to bridge this. That's why it's in the middle. It's trying to demonstrate that you can like video games and you can use it to learn something. But if you're an extremist in learning, which I am to a great extent, you can be put off by how lenient Wagotabi is, because they're trying to help people who like gamification or like gamery things to apply to learning. So they're kind of pulling the gamers along, and that's great. It doesn't agree with me, obviously, but I can understand why that's the impression. So I spent most of my life doing this, like trying to demonstrate. And in fact, I did this even before streaming. When I went to like a laboratory like class, I would bring in video games, or like I would bring in the conversation of video games, like League of Legends. Well, I'm very old, so back in the day, League of Legends was very trendy, and I talked about League of Legends. I used analogies to League of Legends. That type of thing is what makes this possible. So that's a little short story on the side. And then obviously for myself, when it comes to a game and it's a game, we're going with games. So you can kind of see that I don't really line up that well. I think I lined up as much as a hobbyist does. So I'm between a hobbyist and a gamer, right? A hobbyist and a gamer. I'm certainly not a beginner. Like, I'm nowhere near a beginner. I lean towards something, right? That's when you know you're experienced. If you become more and more experienced, you start leaning away from the middle because you become more aware of what you want. And a serious Japanese language know exactly. Like, if they're still serious in it, they probably really selected. Occasionally, 10% of the time, they will start to explore in case they're interested, in case they're bored. And that's another part that I'm not gonna go into today because I spent way too much time. I was gonna talk about habit formation and how when you become a serious anything, what do you do next? Like, how do you stop yourself from being bored, or like things you want to consider to prevent yourself from getting bored? Cynical, right? Like that person, cynical, compassionately, or like not empathetic, non-empathetic, not even sympathetic sometimes. How do you stop from that? Like, how do you balance exploratory things, creative process, with performance, right? Because oftentimes performance takes over. It's constantly performance, and less exploratory. You stop exploring, you stop learning. That's the irony here. Like, a serious Japanese language learner stop learning about learning. They learn a lot of things about the things that they currently do, but they stop exploring on how to teach, instruct, or empathize with any other people because they don't do that anymore. They stop learning about learning. They don't have to redefine the way they learn. And usually most of these tickers are to avoid changing up anything. Like, if you're always going to be native at first, you're at the whim of the native stuff. And Japanese is really good, in my opinion, because most of the native stuff are far more consistent. I don't think this type of what does a serious English learner look like? I don't think it looks like this. It's not going to favor solely on native voices and native content, because in English, the English speakers' profiles are very different. So you would have to consider the idea of selectively deciding your preference. So it's going to be there's going to be a new blip: comprehensiveness versus preferential. An advanced English learner, like a serious English learner, would like to lean towards preferential versus comprehensive. Right now in Japanese, it's kind of comprehensive and preferential and comprehensive is the same place, because the sources you have are construed as being comprehensive. So if you keep listening to native content, it's possible to get all of it. Like, it's feasible, or it's mentally processable. In English, I don't think so. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to listen to a British person or an American person? Are you going to listen to a Malaysian person? There are other places where English is like a dominant language. So what are you going to do? Are you going to listen to an Australian for the rest of your life? So that is very different when it comes to a serious English learner. And you know what the catch-20 is here? These are English these are English speaking people that we're mostly talking about that's learning Japanese. That's one of the inconsistencies. It's a conflict of interest. So you have to meet in the middle. So when you're a hobbyist or from zero, I think an excellent place to start is not because of the content or the fidelity or the quality. It's exploration. And that's why I recommend Wagotabi. So if you're a person who is a hobbyist and or beginner, I would say you are more likely to enjoy this product because it helps you define your habit formation. So the crutch here for me is I prioritize habit formation. That's the title that I probably give myself. I'm a habit formation, a skill builder. So what is good for habit formation is the foundation to start on a life skill. If you do not have the foundations for habit formation or skill building, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, it's rarely superseded by your acuity for the skill, because then you'll have a love and hate relationship with the skill. Cue the person who loves to get their paycheck from their job but absolutely hate their job, right? And then someone who isn't great at it but continue to do it because everyone keeps saying it's the best. That's the love-hate relationship. So if you don't have good habit formation and skill building, and start in a place that allows you to explore that as much as you can, then it's a terrible, in my opinion, the opposite is true. It's a terrible starting place. If you get advice from someone who is niche, elitist, uncompassionate, and serious, you go to them when you become serious. So the moment you know, like, oh yeah, now I know what I want, now I know what I need, you know what you're looking for now. If you get advice and you say, oh, where do I start? And that person says, okay, this is the best, by the way. And then here, just read my book. It will prescribe every single step of the way and what the best things to do. Or you ask like a reviewer says, oh, the best way is this and this and this. Don't play this game because it basically does so many things, but none of them is very good. That to me screams you should try this. If you have a review that says, oh yeah, this game, it's kind of like a jack of all trades, like it didn't really do anything very good, start there. Because the likelihood is you yourself will be able to find out what you want more of, what you want less of. Because in my opinion, and again, this is naive, if you don't believe that you have this capacity, that's perfectly all right. Go ask the best, most successful professional you can find who still has a tempered, balanced perspective, because they will more likely have the solutions or the choices that might cater to you. You can gamble all the way if you want. You know, you can buy that lottery ticket if you want. You can gamble on an extremist, niche person who's an expert, who has very strong opinions. If you absolutely know you have the same exact opinions they have, and go for it, swing for the hills, right? To me, habit formation is most consistent when you are entering and mentally ready to say you're ready to form a new habit, but you're not quite sure what works. So find a product or something that will introduce you to the most brevity possible and feel it out. The moment you start leaning on those things, you follow up on those things. And eventually you'll find your serious Japanese language learner. You'll find your serious content creator because you're motivated based on your own agency. In my opinion, a combination, right? Because you're still at the mercy. Your exposure is only limited to what the product is. And to me, that's why Wagotabi is recommendable to beginners and hobbyists, and even possibly gamers who want to start learning something. And I did that. I did actually recommend to personal people that I know who have these aspects, and then tell them about the aspects that might not coincide. Like learning habits learning and conditioning that they might have to undergo in order to meet their habit formation requirements. I even speak about it. And that's a way to get someone to entertain a different side of them. But in my opinion, I contradict, and I probably very conservatively, but maybe like 730, disagree with serious Japanese language learners or experienced language learners who say that a product that is dabbling in a lot of things, juggling a lot of things, and like being enthusiastic and trying to ease things in is a terrible place to start, because you don't start off learning right. I'm gonna be real with you. That is such a myopic way of not understanding how human behavior works and habit formation. No one starts off learning right. You wouldn't be learning anything if you started learning right. That is absurd. Like, you yourself, inexperienced, you take the word of someone and you think that because that person said it, you are guaranteed to believe that you are learning right. You are learning the perfect and best way. Hot take. If you keep thinking that you learn the best way and the greatest way because of someone else at the beginning of your journey, I drew a graph before. I'm not going to draw a graph here, but what happens is stagnation happens, because you are going to convince yourself you never have to improve anymore. You never have to improve your learning skills. You never have to adopt new skills. You never have to change up your learning capacity. You'll never get tired of the best method. You never get demotivated. You'll never lose motivation because you feel like you've been drifting along and doing the same exact task the whole time because you never innovated. That is what happens when you wholeheartedly believe someone to have the best skill when you start. It's incredibly illogical. How can someone who never started learning a language full-heartedly accept the advice of someone who is no longer a beginner, who probably isn't even in the same time frame or same environment as you are? You can use their advice as a starting position, and the more extreme their advice is, the less options you have. So when you fail or do not meet their expectations, you feel betrayed and you feel lost because you put all your eggs in one basket, right? Alternatively, you come back even stronger, because there are people who like, oh no, I'm gonna go ham 200%. Fail, go ham 200%. Eventually that person can succeed. I'm totally all for that, right? That's what a hardcore person does. What I described is the word hardcore. You go all in on someone who has extreme opinions and giving you wild guarantees. You die, like figuratively, like you fail, right? You fail, you start all over again. That's hardcore. And then there's realistic. And what realistic typically is safer. You hedge your bets, right? So now you have diversification. Now you have like, okay, I got a little from column B, a little from column C. I think I'm smart enough. You can convince yourself if you want that you're not smart enough to figure this out. But for myself, I operate on this. The ideal case is adults, even young adults like 18 years plus, have already set in a lot of normalized behavior. And if you don't operate based on your normalized habit formation, rarely can you see the finish line or the line to whatever person you want to be. Like, to fluency, what does that path look like? Well, it certainly won't look like anything if the first thing you think about is you have to change everything about yourself. Right? And that's what I really firmly, and I have my reservations, but I'm going to say I truly have some dislike for individuals who take extreme positions in order to provide advice for people who are learning something. Because in my opinion, they no longer are learners. They stopped learning when they were successful. And because of that, it's not to their detriment. It's not deleterious to them to have to relearn. But when they offer advice, yes, it's genuinely the truth. They are telling the truth. That's not it's not malicious. They're not spreading misinformation. They truly believe that because that's how it works. But that also implies that they no longer participate in the learning process. They no longer participate in the environment that is present today, right now. So keep that in mind. I'm not you can still probably get really lucky and bump into someone who has extreme like if your friend is a serious Japanese language learner, that's a great example of when you can trust someone with that, because they will understand you very well, right? So they can provide the advice. However, this for me is a blanketed review of Wagotabi in its current state. And I don't know anyone who's going to watch this. I would be very surprised if anyone actually watches up to this point. So for me, this is how I visualize things. So I wanted to give an example of how I go about doing things. This is how I evaluate my writing for my science experiments and my publications. Like, okay, so what are the odds of doing this and doing this? Like, this is less complicated. I apologize, but maybe I don't apologize because I doubt people even come this far when it comes to their analyses, hearing someone else analyze something. But for myself, I do this for a living, regardless if I have a profession or not. I'm unemployed. I don't work professionally, but if I had to solve a problem, create a product, help someone solve a problem, regardless of how trivial it is and whatnot, this process is like the back of my hand. I do this for everything. It's probably my silver lining. I think what I want, like as a public service announcement, I suppose, I want this to be my legacy. Like, I hope that I get to live a long enough life where maybe I even get employed or something, or offer consultation, or maybe a one-time deal to just offer some like free collaboration or something where I get to like possibly impact someone else's product or life that impacts many. I always dreamed about that. I'm not a pioneer, so I obviously don't discover things. I iterate on things. So most of this synthesis is kind of my testament, my skills. Some people would ask, like, what is my PhD in? I usually kind of joke sometimes. I always wanted to say I have a PhD in solving problems, because that's what a PhD is, in my opinion. If I wanted to be super reductive and be more relatable to everyone else, a PhD is this. Not everyone's PhD is the same, by the way, of course. Other people have different goals from their PhD. For me, this is what a PhD is. A PhD is, it doesn't matter what topic you do. It doesn't matter what topic you're solving. It could be someone's grief. It could be a depression. It could be communication skills, making a video game. Analyses like these, balancing like subjectivity, objectivity, and then understanding like targets, your like objective versus your methodology, and cost, like, you know, cost, risk, benefits and stuff. That's what a PhD is, in my opinion. If you do this like the back of your hand and you're not feeling anxious or nervous or worrying that someone's like bad review is going to tank your product or something, and like running away from criticism or ignoring criticism, or pretending like you know better without entertaining other people's answers and counter arguments, because you might think it might destroy the integrity of your own comments and viewpoint, then probably not PhD material, in my opinion. Usually there's some semblance of this type of analyses to provide comfort, right? If someone criticizes me, I want to have a dialogue with them. And the more dialogue we have, the more I can learn from that. And then I can minimize that. If it occurs really frequently, then I will have those dialogue more frequently. And then that allows me to educate myself, right, in this. Most of this analyses come from the monumental and tireless counter arguments that I've had, especially the serious Japanese language learner, beginning from zero, hobbyist, and gamer for sure. Starting with Duolingo gave me wild amount of data, and that's being unpopular and meeting like one or two people every one person like every week on average. And this is enough for me to, I believe, accurately, like semi-accurately predict the comments of language learners, like especially the ones that I meet all the time. So I can even stare, like for me, it feels very comfortable now. Like I can talk to people. When someone asks me this question, I can ask them 4 or 5 different questions that allow me to get information that allows me to be more efficacious, like allows them to be more comfortable, makes them aware that I understand and care about the stuff, because I spend most of my time thinking about this. So how do I talk to a serious Japanese language learner? I can talk to them in an agreeable way if I wanted to, or I can push and see if I can challenge their perspective. The idea is that with a lot of experience in communication and collecting communication, which I make a habit of, to collect full circle, this stuff is no longer exhausting. It's not exhausting at all. It's actually my what do you call it? My spiel, my brand. This is my brand. I can still go for another couple hours, but I think this is a pretty good stopping point. I was gonna go through my, I'm writing or conceptualizing the my PDF, like a thing that I'm gonna write for the channel or something, where I describe some of the things that may or may not be helpful to some people, but maybe my own version of habit formation that may be a little bit more approachable for very specific types of people, right? Like I want to create like an archetype where I can rehearse and practice and also have a written thing. So oftentimes like this, which whoever comes in and stops by and listens to this type of thing, trust me, you don't have to. I'm working on it. So my goal is that at some point I do all this, and this is like the unabridged live version, right? I'm actually recording for my own posterity. Sometimes I listen to myself at 4x, so it's just download a video and then you squeeze it at 4x. But outside of that, I want to write something out. So because what really often occurs is if I give the TLDR, that's all I need, right? People are fine with the TLDR. Like, Wagotabi, if you're a beginner and you need to figure out what you like about language learning, I recommend Wagotabi. That's TLDR. Then there's like a 2-hour version, right? In case people can stay for 2 hours, which usually that's not it. Like, once you pass 2 hours, they're out. And at that length, I want to summarize something that takes about 30 minutes to an hour to read. So then I want to create that. So then in the future, it's like, okay, I gave you the TLDR. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes. I want to give you a longer version, but in case you can't stay, for that, I'm gonna complete my statement, but I do have a PDF in which you can like refer to if you want, if you're interested, and you can ask me about it. Because if you have criticisms and if I publish something, if I have criticisms and feedback, and then they ask questions about it, I can modify the PDF, right? I can modify and continue to incorporate my appropriate target audience. And then soon I would like to create a bunch of targeted publications. And that's the idea of like freely like linking somewhere where there if you identify like here's a pre-selection criteria, like if you check most of these pre-selection criteria, go and read this thing. And if you're still unsure and you just want to wing it, you can ask me because I'm perfectly digressing all the time. Language learning is fantastic. Wagotabi is fantastic in this way. So if any of this makes sense, it's fantastic when most of the check marks are here. There's far more than this. I wanted to touch top down and bottom up, but that didn't happen. I didn't share a lot of my anecdotes. So I didn't share any anecdotes at all. You can see that blue is missing everywhere. I can give you some quick examples of anecdotes. I think it's weird. So here's an anecdote. I think it's weird to have examples also be part of the test. So that's a little weird. Basically, like, maybe not so much this. That's one anecdote that I would throw in. That's why I'm a little to the left. Which is where, if you give an example sentence, that sentence is going to be a test later. A variety. Here's some anecdotes. Speech. I would love Mike. So these are like personal wish list things. So speech, mic, listening only. There is clues to that. Listening only, right? Because I'm all the way on this side. And then anachronisms. I like or not anachronisms, but not realistic things. So what I mean is correcting things. So here's a big brain thing. If you're always used to seeing the correct thing, have an exercise to correct something that is incorrect. That's a part of puzzle games too. Like, give an image that is incorrect. You have to do the opposite a lot of times because that's involved in problem solving. So for example, which of the following does not belong? Which does not belong situation. Or an image, again, like horse with 5 legs. What is wrong with this leg? Describe it. Puzzles can be trying to find the correct answer that's to the reality, or finding the correcting a wrong answer, a deliberately wrong answer. So that's underplayed right now in the creative process. Grammar is okay, but I think this might be a scaling problem, so I don't want to touch that. And then let me give you another quick ideas, right? Quick ideas. I think cutscenes are great. Trying to do a cutscene based summary. So paraphrasing more cutscenes, and they do that to some extent. I really like the Edowado thing. Sorry, a little spoiler. Edowado one was pretty good. Like, you saw the person do the thing and then they're sprinkled around. But now there can be cutscenes, right? There can be cutscenes of things where it introduces a progressive level of thinking. And this will be a little bit jarring for gamers because there was a negative review, but I think it got removed, or like the person removed it. And one of them is having words or concepts that are not introduced and then use them, right? So I think that's a natural, but like that's going to be a progression that they will have. And then I forgot one last thing. So before I sign off, right now I think Wagotabi is shifting, and it's going to shift because the game is going to be, it's in development, it's still being developed, and I think Wagotabi is slowly shifting this direction. And Wagotabi will become more likely in place here. There might be a slight shift to consistency. The reason why that is because of volume constraints. So whenever you introduce a new subsystem, right, a new way to creatively input, it has to scale up, right? But it can be multiplicatively terrifying. Like it can multiply the volume. So in order to address future things, you have to become more consistent. And consistent means that the volume doesn't escalate into craziness. Like if you're doing too many things, it's going to multiply all the efforts, right? And it's going to multiply, it's going to divide a lot of attention from the stuff. So eventually it's going to peak out. You're going to start gravitating towards that, right? And then grammar, because grammar is finite in terms of its fundamentals and stuff, it's going to start heading towards pattern recognition, right? And pattern recognition will solidify the grammar stuff. I'm pretty sure they're going to shift towards that. And this is going to stay the same relatively. There might be a chance that maybe they'll make some special recordings here and there. There's an opportunity. They say they would be open to the idea. And then when it comes to ease, I'm pretty sure they're heading this direction. They're going to head towards progressive. Like up the game, right? Up the game on implicit nature. And when it comes to gamification, I think this is a tough call. I think it's going to stay put. Because as much as you want to probably slightly over here, because if you're focusing on conversation, right? Conversation, there's a chance that the conversation will become progressively more native. So with that, it's good, right? There are already things set in motion to remove some of the gamification, like the gamification slightly restricting it, or maybe redundancies. Like for example, when you start gravitating towards native content, it makes some of the gamification redundant or appear redundant. So they become less and less part of the picture. Like if you can write full sentences, then you don't need word banks. Like that's kind of like the mindset that when it comes to making a game. So there's going to be a refinement process. So the creativeness is going to go down, right? Creativity goes down when you're trying to refine. When you're trying to create new standards, creativity goes up because you're still discovering new standards. So once you standardize, you go through optimization and refinement. So then creativity goes down and it heads towards whatever their goal is. And most of the time, in this case, their goal is towards capturing native content, right? So that's some ways to. The reason why I wanted to end it with this is because I usually end the section about future. This is a tentative take. This isn't a review. Typically, my candid conclusions, it ends there because usually there's no DLC or follow-up. Sometimes I always say, like, if there's a DLC, I'll come back and visit. I keep track of most projects for over a year. If there's no announcement by a year, I just kind of leave and cut my losses. I think, for example, Shashinko is definitely one of them. So Ryan, the developer, he didn't like. He struck me as someone who's like in limbo, and they were working on localizations and stuff. And I often said the most critical period is usually the content period. Unfortunately, or fortunately for some developers, it can be easy. For some developers, it cannot be easy for some developers. And in terms of a creative standpoint, I think Ryan's more in the creative standpoint. So I don't like Shoshinko has fallen by the wayside, in my opinion. So you look forward to the next game. I'll probably be back if they make another game, probably with them. Wagotabi is a live service, Patreon crowd-funded product, so we have to map out the future, right? This is the direction that they're going to go, in my opinion, in the situation. And you can see, if you look at these arrows, most of the arrows are going towards the center. And they're usually going through the center because I think the vast majority of their audience are from zero people, or people who aren't very sure of what they want. So oftentimes, most of the adjustments and stuff that are very receptive and positive are towards the middle, or it's a balance of things. Now, there are situations like this part up here, like implicit and explicit learning. I think that's a Wagotabi trait that they've already planned, that they want to make it more native and stuff. So some of the stuff is actually going towards their goals. But most of the time, it's like the direction they're going, all the stuff that they're suggesting is a reflection oftentimes, because they're very receptive to their community, what it is. And it's usually in the middle. So if Wagotabi starts moving towards implicit, I would not be surprised if they go really hard on like the next prefecture. If they go super hard into implicit, some people might suggest things back. Like for example, if you go towards implicit, one of the things to do is to have a hint system. So the moment they go into implicit territory and go towards progressive learning, right? So down here, implicit learning and then progressive territory, there needs to be some sort of hint system where when you fail consecutively, something shines or something hints or something highlights. That's like another system, a subsystem in which you provide accessibility while going towards that design, right? And that's it. That's a wrap for today's tentative take. It's gonna I wanted to put like as much as I could in it because it's going to be probably a year from now before we come back to Wagotabi, and we'll start on a new game plus, because based on my the timeline, Okayama Ken was finished within a year's time, but it takes approximately a year before the prefecture is complete. Whatever it is, it's within a year, right? So any time in the next year, I'll be back. I'll try to do this again, and we'll come with even more knowledge, because remember, unlike that person who's like spewing a condescension and stuff, this is only part of the picture. Wagotabi is like, it makes up like 10% of what I do in the last week. I still have Wanikani, I still watch anime, manga. It's part of a bigger experience, right? And while that's happening, all the time that eclipse to the next Wagotabi update or the next Wagotabi coverage would be, I would be practicing Japanese. So it may be very different. I might identify differently in the future. This is for posterity. I recorded some of my aspects of myself, and as much as how I understand other people. So this was kind of cool. I know it's very long-winded. Maybe again, I'm working on it. I'm working on creating like a smaller thing. I want to say I want to do 2 recording sessions in the future where I like do the TLDR, like the 15-minute thing, like really fast 15-minute thing, and then somehow like then I go into the 2 or 3 hour thing. And this one was very important to me. I think Wagotabi represents a lot of things that, if fingers crossed, 3 or 4 years from now, I will still be saying the same thing, only the developers get the recognition that they have. They might do it full time, I hope, because they love it. They learn to love it, or like somehow negotiate, and then it becomes like an entry thing, a household name. Who knows? It's a big deal, right? I mean, Wanikani is still not necessarily a household name, but it's really big, and Wanikani has been around for 11 years, like 11 plus years, right? So I really hope this is something. It's off to a great start, guys. 200 plus reviews, 98%. The two guys was, one said UI, touchscreen UI is lazy for PC. It's a mobile game. It's multi-platform. So that one, it's a shame you can't remove like you can't have like downvotes to remove certain things. That's my opinion, obviously. Obviously, if that person doesn't like UI, PC UI, they can refund the game and not leave. It's one of those exercises of, you want a game to be something it's not, as opposed to having provided constructive criticism. So that's the one bad one. And then the downvote for the guy that I keep referring to, perfectly understandable, purely professional. From, at least I tried to be purely professional at most. And if they want to like talk about their perspective, I'm sure they have very valid. I actually agree with pretty much most of their perspectives. I don't agree with the delivery. Right? Again, communication skills is very different from someone's competence. You can be incredibly an expert in a lot of things, or the things that you care about. That doesn't necessarily guarantee that you are the most eloquent, agreeable person, or even professional when it comes out. Right? You can have all the glossaric, dictionaric, encyclopedic aspects of a language, and you can still sound offensive. Right? Or unfilling, even. In fact, a lot of times high-functioning people tend to neglect the ability to be able to empathize, because they are, in fact, very special people. So, hey, if that person thinks they're very special and they know a lot and know the truth of the world, I disagree. And therefore, they can pretend I don't exist in order to keep their ability, their worldview accurate, right? If they believe that no one agrees and everyone does everything that they say, I'm not one of them. So therefore, I don't exist. And that's perfectly well suited to liberate that person from their cognitive dissonance. But in my opinion, yeah, there are a lot of opponents to what I said today, for sure, and I welcome them, because if those opponents don't exist, for humans, we stop evolving and we stop making changes and optimizing and competing, right? You're in a small fish, you're a large fish in a small pond, and you can make that pond smaller, as small as you want it to be, and still think you're the big guy. Or it could be an escapism or defense mechanic because you don't want to hang with the big ocean, right? That's probably where I want to end it. And for me, sink or swim, one day I'm going to be consumed by a shark, obviously. Like, knock on wood, save me, people. Maybe one day a big shark is so big, the fish is so big that I get consumed. Well, I suppose I gave it a shot, right? I tried to leave a legacy. Hopefully someone out there who finds any of this fairly compelling outside myself, feel free to stop on by. But that's a wrap for Wagotabi today. If you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, you're more than welcome to follow along or stop on by when I'm language learning. Maybe stop on by in a year's time. Whenever Totori Ken is finished with the updates, I'll be back. It'll be like another week of playing Wagotabi because we're gonna do NG plus from the beginning, and it'll probably be more than a week because it's gonna be the entire game again, and we'll do this again in another year's time. And I will be, there's a chance it'll be faster because I'll know even more Japanese. Who knows? All right, folks. Again, more than welcome. If you're that shark that wants to take me down, I guess I'll try. I'll try to share some experiences, maybe have some discussions. If you want to stop on by, feel free, as always. Thank you for sharing your public opinions willingly. And I hope that it was courteous enough and agreeable enough to know that I acknowledge most of the stuff, but also offer contraring perspectives, right? That's what peer review is typically about. And I spend a little bit of time talking about subjectivity of my own personal opinions, which I do own with all my professional integrity. So thank you again. Until next time, guys, for those who are only interested in Wagotabi, right, in Japanese, 皆さん、またね。見てくれてありがとう, right? See you all in a year, in about a year. And thanks for watching. Take care. Stay safe. Bye bye.